Hello, everyone. Good morning. Ohio. O genki desu ka? We'll see how today goes, huh? See how today goes. Good morning. Good morning, Rian. Good morning, Mandy. Good morning, JT. Good morning, Geek-ish. Good morning, husband. Good morning, Arazu. Did I get everybody? Good morning, Mew. Thank you always for the work and lurk. I appreciate you. Happy Tuesday! It's gonna be weird. I'm not gonna see you guys for so long. I won't see you guys for a week after this. And I don't even know, like, what I'm planning on doing for, like, post-convention stuff yet. Because I feel like Tuesday, yeah, we could do like a cozy convention chat stream. Oh,
miss you already. Less than 3.
Oh, thank you, Darina. Thanks, sweetie. Oh, thank you for 32 months. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Oh, thanks, babe. Also, if I look a little redder than normal today, I went naked skin today. We're foundationless, so please be kind and please don't make comments about how I'm red. I'm just red all the time. I'm sorry, I can't control it. This man made me so happy. I love you. No, you. I'm sorry about the tree branch in your window. Me with no atomic. I know. I'm sad about it too. It's gonna be weird. And I don't know how I'm gonna time out the convention chats, because typically after a convention, I do like a follow-up stream where like we talk about the convention. I show you maybe some of the things I do, which is normally art trades these days, which love art trades so much. Everybody support everybody. That wasn't fun, but I'll get it taken care of. That's good. Based on your interactions, I understand you need a week break from Necro. I think Marco equals Macro. Yeah, I think so. So, typically I do it just like the following Friday or the following Tuesday. But I'm actually going to be going right back into convention prep because I have a single day convention next weekend too. So this coming weekend is an entire weekend of convention. And then Saturday, April 6th? That's a hard word for me to say. If you guys don't know, I have a little bit of a lisp. I just hide it fairly well. I've grown good at navigating my lisp. But there are some words that are very difficult for me to say, typically with a lot of th and a lot of s in conjunction. 6th is one of them. So, on April 6th, that's when I'll be at another show. So, I'm gonna be like jumping right back into more convention stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do like a follow-up stream the Sunday after that. I'll probably take that Sunday off as well. Maybe do a shorter stream on Friday. I'm not sure. I don't really have a lot of back-to-back weekend conventions, so I'm kind of trying to figure out like, what am I gonna have time for? What am I gonna have time to plan? Because I want to hang out with you guys, but like I also want it to be entertaining and not just be like potato. So we'll see. I was thinking maybe Tuesday after this show of doing either wrapping up the March Ko-fi or doing the free run piece, because I'd love to get that out for the next show. because Free Run's just a big passion of mine right now, and it's super popular, so I just feel like it's a good thing to kind of follow up on while I'm still feeling like inspired. But hi people, hi Junjun. My day is going pretty good so far, just kind of getting loaded up here. Also, we will not be playing Stream Raiders today. I'm going to be moving around my office a lot. I probably won't even have the headphones on a lot. So mods, you may need to remind me if I miss notifications. I do apologize. This is our first convention prep stream, not convention strep preem, that we've ever really done. So a little bit trial and error. We're going to kind of like be figuring out things as we go, a little bit of learning experience, navigation. So Atomic sleep stream. Yes, I'll just lay down on the floor. You guys can watch me sleep. Macro Baby, our trolling pinata. But he's a good bean for reals. He just keeps us on our toes. It's true. Only caps, yes. Gacha Life or Gacha Club? Oh, yeah. My mini plays Gacha Life. Or did at one point. I love this pen. It's a little cat. So, no Stream Raiders. Convention prepping. I didn't really get buttons done, so maybe we'll work on a couple buttons and getting those printed. I do have a lot of pricing signs that need to be printed, laminated. I actually have a checklist here of things that need to get done, so I'm going to shift over to that here in a second. But I did want to cover a couple other little things. Yeah, I have no idea what next week is exactly going to look like. I will be working on my schedule tomorrow instead of Friday because I'll be busy Friday. And mods, I'll post all that in the Discord so that you can help me out. Just not really sure what to expect from streaming coming up. There will be some type of convention chats stream where we talk about the experiences. I show you what I got and all of that good jazz. Today is going to be primarily... Oh!
Surprise.
Surprise! Thank you, best surprise! 40 months surprise! Oh, that's a big number. Thank you so much. Lay on the floor crying stream. Yeah, that would be me 100%. But Gacha Life is very helpful, especially if you want to make your own OC characters. I don't need any help with that. But I like Pastel Girl, I believe is what it's called. As far as like design stuff. It's just so cute. Thank you so much for the resub and the surprise. I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So today is going to be focusing on answering Artist Alley questions. So if you have questions on tabling, some of my favorite things, anything I'm doing, please, please let me know. Mods, should we do a question channel point redeem for like a really low channel point amount so that we can queue up questions if I'm walking around and stuff? What do you think of that? I can do that really fast. That way things don't get lost in chat if people start asking questions. If they don't, like, that's fine, but you only live once. Sure, okay. Best responses. Okay, give me a second. I'm just gonna make it like 100 channel points because you can get that super easy. Side note, I've got to make those community challenges more difficult. Did not realize how fast that would happen. Yeah. Okay. Artist Alley question. Is that too long? Artist Alley question. Ask Atomic a question. Is that too wordy? all caps. Ask Atomic. We'll just do that. I'm putting ask a question about Artist Alley, art supplies, or other related topics. AA Q&A. See, I like using AA as an abbreviation, but if you don't inherently know that we're talking about Artist Alley, it could also be Alcoholics Anonymous. Thank you. Or Addicts Anonymous. So I don't use AA a lot in my abbreviations. I actually almost put that for my little Instagram story post of like that I was live. I was like, I started typing like first AA convention or prep stream, and then I was like, wait, odds letters, Artist Alley convention prep stream. Oh, I draw anime girls, AMA. Happy to be almost done with my biggest plushie commission to date. Yeah, you've been jamming through those, dude. I've been loving seeing everything you've been working on. Ski! Thank you for the work, Lurk. Thank you for checking in, boo-boo. Okay, I want a different color. Different color is mint. Because mint. Because I like mint. I don't think we need, like, I'll just do, like, a cooldown of, like, 1 minute, maybe? I mean, it doesn't need to be a big cooldown, but that way it doesn't, like, I don't know, glitch, I guess? There we go. Okay, cool. That should be up and working. Yep, should be good. So, you all should be able to see that. Maybe have to refresh. I wasn't sure if I should be in the art category or the just chatting, but since we're not technically going to be doing drawing per se, I went to just chatting. We'll see. Like I said, this whole thing's going to be a learning experience. Last couple of things I wanted to talk about was, let's see. I touched on that, I'm going to pull up my to-do list here. Get this lined up for you guys so you can see it. And then... Did you see this? Did you guys see this? Con prep time, got questions, ask Atomic, anything. Oh, perfect. Pinning it. Got it. The next plushie is so big it maxed out my biggest embroidery hoop. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. So... This is gonna be a little silly. Please, please don't laugh at me too much. So this is the same container I've had, okay? And you know how people, like, I've complained about, like, the balance? So, to explain what I mean here, very briefly, not that anything I ever explain is brief, so, we'll see. So I've complained in the past about the colors being wonky on each side, because when they were sitting upright, you're supposed to store them sideways. So then when you go to color with one, on one side, this is gonna be the same marker, okay? So ignore here. And then flip the other side. They're supposed to be the same color, okay? That's the same marker. Different sides of the marker, supposed to be the same color. Some are way more dramatic than others. This is one of the less dramatic ones. I feel like the more pastel you kind of get with them, the more dramatic they are. But it's been bothering me for a while. Ooh. Oh. Okay, this was a bad example. We're gonna ignore this one, okay? I'm gonna put this off to the side because it needs a refill. I've been slowly trying to go through these and figure out which ones need refills and which ones don't. which is weirdly gratifying for me personally. But I love little tedious things like that where I can just throw on a YouTube video. But, okay, so ignore this pink. This is the same pink, okay? Different sides, same color. Yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me refund that. You're 100% right. Speaking of alcohol, my cousin is going through family emergency. Won't be doing a booth event, but I'm still going to buy prep in case there are others I can attend in the future. Absolutely. Just don't go hard on them. This shouldn't be paused. I would say don't go hard on them. So let me refund that. 1 second here. I'm so sorry. I even thought of that in my head as I was setting it up and then just didn't do it. How cry cut markers work better nib side down, but they're only one-sided. Require. There we go. I fixed it. I'm sorry. That's my bad. So anyway, that's been bothering me that they're different colors. Really frustrating for me personally. So people have asked, like, well, why don't you just lay it down? Why don't you just lay it down? Also, if those, I do see the question. Thank you so much. That's an actually great question. I'm gonna follow up on these here in just a second. Let me finish talking about this, and then I'll kind of answer them as I go. Sometimes they may accrue a couple, so please just be patient with me. Like I said, new experience. I'm gonna do my best to be as fast as possible at responding to you guys. Oh my gosh, my nose. Ugh. I think there's a cat hair, like, attached to my nose. Ugh. But every time I try to lay it down, the markers would, like, fall out. And I was doing my little marker testing the other night, and I was like, oh my gosh, what if I had something that just, like, propped it up a little on one side? Like, you do that with tables at restaurants or, like, bookshelves. I don't know if anybody else does that with their bookshelves, where it's like if you put it on carpet, sometimes they'll sink forward a little bit. And then if you jam a little bit of, like, paper underneath the front side, it tilts it back a little so the books don't get wonky. Why I didn't think of that any time prior to this event is beyond me. But I never seem to come across that answer. So I finally did, like a buck. And I propped it up with some post-it notes. I'm probably gonna get something a little more secure ultimately. Oh, meds time. Okay, I'll get there. Now it's propped. So now my markers can lay flat. They're obviously gonna take a little while to, like, even back out pigment-wise, or maybe I've ruined them forever. Maybe they'll never quite get there. But at least it's got potential now for them to lay flat instead of laying all on one side. So, ta-da! We're getting there. And it's a lot more aesthetically pleasing. In my opinion, you guys can see my markers a lot better. It's very pretty. I love that I can line these little guys up on top of it instead of having to do it in front of it. I feel like they look way better up here. I've got my little Noopy, then I've got my little mochi cats. So it's all very exciting. Little things, we're figuring it out. Yeah, the ink just pooled onto one side, and so it's more heavily pigmented on that side. And then we're gonna be fixing up all this. So, tip jars. Tip jars are, I personally think, a great idea. I don't currently have one because I prefer, you know, and maybe ADHD. Woo! Let's take a pill for that. So, I think tip jars are a fantastic idea. There's actually a lot of people that tip. It's not everybody, but it's a lot more than you would think. On top of the fact that I've even had, it wasn't me, it was a neighbor of mine, say that somebody came by and put a 50 in their tip jar and said, honestly, your stuff isn't really like my thing that I would want to like have for keeps. So I don't want to buy it and waste it by not using it. But I want to support you because I do really love your art. So this is for you. You just never know. You never know until you give people the opportunity. I also know people who offer the tip option on their Square device. I don't do that on my Zettle because I don't feel like it reads as nicely on my Zettle as it does on the Square device, because the Square device is like a touchscreen. It's a little bit more intuitive. My Zettle device is more just like a do you accept, you can enter your PIN sort of thing. It's more like a PIN pad than a touch device. So that's why I don't have that option enabled. Currently, I've kind of been on the fence about it, but I think tip jars are great. I actually think I'm gonna add one. I've been wanting to do a fun one. I don't know if you guys have seen these where it's like, I think I saw an Airbender one once that was like Aang or Zuko. And then sometimes it's like, if it's like husbandos or waifus, it's like, who's your husbando? And you can put $1 in, and then like sometimes the artist will announce like who won at the end of the convention or the end of the day. But I really want to do one that's Cube from Madoka Magica. I think I want to make it eventually in like a acrylic standee, but I want it to be Cube with a little thing that says contract. Probably not part of the standee, but contract somehow. And then a yes or a no jar. Inevitably, that's what I'd like to do. As of right now, I don't have one. Maybe I'll just throw one together for this show, because what's the worst that's gonna happen? Okay, nobody puts anything in it. Okay, I'm no worse off than I was. And I think that's kind of my perspective with tip jars in general. Hi, Goblin. Happy Tuesday. Thank you for the lurk. I've seen pull tip jars, and I've seen ones with little plushies mascots that are trapped, and you have to add funds to free them. Oh my gosh, I love that. Okay. Mandy, if you have any references of that, you should send those to me. Some people even make a game out of the tip jars. I saw one booth at Fanime had 2 tip jars. One said Amber Heard, the other said Johnny Depp. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I think those are really fun. I prefer those types of tip jars just because I think they're quirky. I think it kind of turns it into a game. It also makes it sort of like an incentive for people to tip, but that would be rad. I will say that I personally have a really hard time finding specific type references like that. I feel like a lot of people don't think about taking pictures of them and posting them, even if it's their table. Artists are notoriously bad at photographing and videoing our own stuff. The people who do it regularly, I'm like, you guys are the real goats, because it's so challenging, especially if you're neurospicy, to stop and like remember when you have like 800 other things just Googling through your head. But give me a great idea for when I get a table with mead beakers. Yeah. Part of that I remember to do it for Discord. Yeah. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. So, yeah, that's kind of my let's see. I need to move this over. Okay. That's sort of my idea right now. I was just gonna say, like, I'm waiting to do the Cube thing, but you know, I've been saying that forever. I think that maybe it's just time to commit to a tip jar. I've got mason jars. It doesn't have to be fancy. I tell people this all the time. I get very all or nothing mentality in my head of like, if I can't do it exactly the way that I want to, I just don't do it, versus starting small and working up to it. I also tackle projects that way a lot, of like, oh, this is a really big project. Oh, this sounds so daunting, and oh, I'm just overwhelmed thinking about it, so I'm just not gonna do it. And then when I do finally have to do it, it's like, ah! Versus I could have just been working on it a little bit at a time, and it wouldn't have been so bad. I've seen people where people make a poster like Hololive Talent. People get a sticker to place under their Oshi and see who has the most by the end. Oh, that's cute. Aw, I love that. If I was more like into VTubers, or if I had something that I feel like could translate into that, I think that would be really, really fun to do. I am going to be part of a stamp rally for the first time ever, though, so that's exciting. So it's me and 4 other artists, and if you purchase from all of us, you get a free sticker from us. And then we take your card. So you can't do anymore. Maybe not too often, I feel you. Yeah, so I'm working on getting out of that. So maybe I'll break out of that and prove to myself that I can do it by just putting a basic tip jar out for now that just says, like, tip. And if people want to, they can use it, and worst case scenario, I make like $3 more than I would have made. So $3 I didn't have before, and I'm the person who picks up like coins off the ground because I'm like, that's a penny I didn't have yesterday. That is a free penny. And I mean, you do it all the time with like savings accounts and stuff, you know, it's like they accrue interest even if it's just pennies at a time. Like, you're not picking pennies off the ground. That's me. What's my tattoo? So it's kind of based off of Kingdom Hearts. So this is inspired by the Heartless symbol, and then it's just rainbow stars. It used to be a lot more vivid, but I don't properly use sunscreen like I should, even though I do put more on my tattoos than I do anywhere else in my body. But it's just kind of aged. It's lost a lot of coloring. It used to be really, really colorful. I'd love to get it touched up. The line work could use some cleanup too. I'd like to give it a nice bold outline on all these stars. Really like clean those up. But tattoos are expensive. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do a tattoo fund in the future. But right now, the goal is to get my finances a little bit more settled right now. So because right now they're not awesome. On top of the economy kind of being crazy, you know, it's like I tried a thing this year where I didn't do conventions for a few months, and that was also through holiday seasons. There's just been a lot. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but on that note, I've been working towards an event, a doodle-thon. Finally found a beautiful title for it. We're gonna do a doodle-thon, I believe in May. I think I'm gonna do May because we already have a lot going on in April. We got my streamiversary. I'm not totally sure what we're gonna do for that. We're gonna do something fun. We've got a Discord community night. We've got a doodle day. And then I think we're gonna do a doodle-thon in May where you guys can get like a really cute, affordable little commission from me to help me work towards chunking through some of this stuff. And I think it's gonna be kind of an ongoing event. I don't think it's just gonna be a one-day thing. So I think I'm gonna do it a few times. That way I don't have to like worry about trying to get done like a bunch of commissions in like one stream. And then of course, if I have overflow, I'll do it outside of stream, but like the saying goes, you're your own worst enemy. Similar or smaller steps can make things easier. Yes, break it down little bits at a time. Like, I feel like I get like that with workouts too. And I've heard a lot of people get like this. You get in this mentality of like, I have to go to the gym. I've got to lift weights for 20 minutes. I've got to do 30 minutes of cardio. I've got to go hard. No, you don't. Some activity is still better than no activity. If it's the option of like, do you work out a little bit, or do you not work out at all because the idea of doing a full workout and a stretch and a wind down and everything is so overwhelming? Make it easy, make it accessible to your brain, make it simpler, break it down. 20 minutes of walking is still better than no walking. 15 squats is still better than no squats. Like, maybe that's not like a good workout, but you're still doing something and you're building that habit in your brain and you're getting rid of that like negative connotation of like, if I work out, it's gonna be bad. Like, oh my God, it's gonna be stressful. It's pretty, thank you. I designed it myself. I have lots of tattoos actually. I've shown them off before. I've got this here, my Tokidoki love. I've got, I can actually show you. I have on a crop top today, guys. How do you figure out a good setup? Oh boy, that's a complex answer. We've got wings and a companion cube and a Deathly Hollows. I've got a womb tattoo that says never knows best that I'm not gonna show you. I've got foot tattoos. I've got lots. Anyway, welcome back. We missed you. If I didn't work so much, I'd be more active on social media. You know, I'm gonna just say, I always thought that too, back when I was in school, but I also thought I'd have more time for art, but it's like the more things have progressed, it just feels like I'm still struggling with the same problems, just with different constraints. it's just tough. It's tough. It's a difficult, it's a difficult thing to make time for and hard habit to build. As far as like, how do you figure out a good setup? Oh my gosh, that's such a difficult question to answer. Tommy said, break it down. Yeah, baby. Strip in just a little. But a good setup, I mean, a lot of it is trial and error, a lot of research, like go into Google, search booths. It's a little awkward, but like if you're at a show and you really like someone's setup, like ask them, hey, I love your setup. Do you mind if I take a photo? I've taken so much inspiration from other people. Once you start getting into artist alleys too, you're gonna get a lot of tips that are really gonna benefit you. You're gonna find things that work for you, that you like better, things that you don't. Like for example, and I can actually show these off because we just finished these. This is my new enamel pin display. I don't love it, just because I feel like the sets, it's difficult to tell what's a set and what is not a set. So that's just gonna have to be a talking point, and then we're gonna have the enamel pin signed right here at the top. But prior to this, we had a little display thing, probably for like nail polish. I think I got it from like a kitchen store. You'll probably, over time, you end up with all this stuff that you're like, what am I gonna do with this if I don't have it on my table anymore? I had this for my enamel pins, and because I had the backing card, so I stacked them here, and it worked okay, but this takes up a lot of table space, believe it or not. This is a big chunk of space, versus this, which I can build tall. So now we've converted over to this, which is, it would be better if I didn't have the sets. If I had a different selection here. So once we sell out of the sets, it'll be a little bit better. Hi, baby! How are you? Mwah. But as far as like, how do you figure out your setup? A lot of it is just trying things, looking up things. I know a lot of people like to draw out and mock up their setup. I've been trying to do that more. I have a hard time with like that sort of visualization. It glitched and it sounded like sex. Oh. Enamel pin sex, you know, guys. It's a little spacey in here.
What are you doing?
How dare you show an ad while Atomic is talking? I'm sorry, can you show that again? I missed it.
I sure can, sweetie. Thank you so much for 7 months. So this is the sets is up top. So these are 2 enamel pins. This is from my Kickstarter campaign 3 years ago. So these are my cheeky chibis. You guys have seen them. This was Chio was the highlight of our last hoodie launch, or like our last kind of apparel launch. Was this little green-haired girly. So these are 2 enamel pins, and they're just kind of stuck into a foam board. I like foam board because it's really cheap, it's really pliable, and then you can actually stick it to plastic grid, which I don't have in here. But you know the little cubes that you can build with the connectors? Are they a pain in the ass? Yes. Are they affordable and very easy to travel with? Also yes. So building grid sucks, but it's great, and it's so manipulatable. So if you have a tiny table, you can kind of like work with that. Highly recommend that being an investment. I prefer the plastic ones. So do you guys know what I'm talking about when I'm saying the plastic ones and things like that? Appointment with the tax guy. Another appointment? I thought taxes were yesterday, baby. Good luck. I love you. Yeah, foam board. So it comes in like big ass sheets. Here's one of them. You just get them at craft stores. They're hella cheap. They're also super lightweight. Just big old foam boards. Then you cut them down to the size of the squares of your grid, which is also annoying, but efficient. And then I like to use scrapbooking paper to cover it to make it pretty. Or you can custom print them, which is probably what I'm going to shift to in the future for some things. This is actually a sticker paper. So I didn't take the back off, except for on one of them, which was an accident, because stealth is silly. But, this is a sticker paper. It's like a sparkly sticker paper. So it's a little bit more expensive than standard, like, scrapbooking paper. But we just tape it with some blue painter's tape to foam board, and we just put stuff on it, and it's like a super affordable way to make it like cute without being super distracting. When you take the pins out to rearrange them, are the holes noticeable? I've never done it this way, so I don't know how noticeable the holes are gonna be. I feel like with all of anything that's like paper product with your display, you do kind of just have to like replace it and update it over time. It just gets worn out from being like taped to things, taken off, exposed to the elements. They break down over time. I see it happen with my friends' displays too. So I will probably, after moving those around a couple of times, have to update it. I don't currently have the means to produce more enamel pins, and until we're making more green currently, I'm not going to be investing into them unless we do like fundraisers or crowdfunding for them, like pre-orders or anything like that. Just because I have to get so freaking many of them to make them worthwhile. But I do want to do more enamel pins in the future. As of right now, they're just not a priority. They do move kind of slow, if I'm honest. If you're not like prioritizing enamel pins, they move very slow. Are they super pretty? Yes. But I do feel like enamel pins are kind of on the decline as far as popularity. Because there was like a huge boom of them, I want to say like 5 or 6 years ago, where enamel pins became like, everyone had enamel pins. Everyone had like enamel pin hats. They had them on their lanyards. They had vests. They had huge collections of enamel pins. And that was like the very popular item at the time. And I feel like we've kind of shifted away from that. I feel like people like realized how hard it is to store them, how hard it is to display them, that you kind of hit a point where it's like, I have so many. What do I do with all these enamel pins? And some of them don't age well depending on the metals you use. I did a lot of research into the metals that I used before I even got them, because like some of those really pretty metals like rose gold and stuff actually get an oxidation process where the metals discolor over time and they look kind of icky. So the longevity of them is not great, especially if your product is not moving. So it was me preparing for the big guy today. Oh boy. You've got this. Mine is tomorrow. And I can already hear her sighing audibly. Because I know I'm not organized because I can't find my notes that I took from last year. So I need to take better notes this year. It's fine. Taxes suck. Make sure you pay your taxes, friends. So, okay. I'm gonna shift over quick to the screen now that we've talked about so many things. So this is one of the signs that I made. I'm actually trying a new concept. It's a clearance print box. So what I did was I took, this is actually the bin for the 11 by 17 paper that we get from Red River, which I'll never stop talking highly about. They're the best as far as quality, in my opinion. So we this is so ghetto, but we taped it together. Originally, I was trying to make a print sleeve. Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to burp there. Don't expose yourself to pins. Print sleeve dispenser, because print sleeves are so floppy. but they were a little too wide because the print sleeves we get are actually a little wider than the prints themselves so that the prints can fit in comfortably, which meant they didn't fit in this box. But the prints do, so we have put in some prints that we are discontinuing. The Old Marin, the Halloween Chio. We're going to try to sell them for $10 each. They're normally $20 a piece. So we will see how it goes. I don't know. I've never really done a discount print box before. I'm hoping that this is a way to like kind of move these prints. We'll just have to find out at the end of everything how it works. So I made a cute sign that I'm going to put right here with my sticker paper that I have that's also super cheap. I don't use them for stickers. I only use them for... I don't use them for my stickers, like my actual stickers. Those are all vinyl. These are super cheap, like label printer stickers that I use for labeling things like my surprise bags. I made with stickers because it's just so much easier than having to tape these things on. It looks a little cleaner. Yeah. Our tax person said we didn't make enough to file business tax, but I am happy I did utilize my lessons from accounting procedures when prepping, plus so now I know how to do business track spreadsheets. Totally waste of time. Yeah, at a certain point you don't actually have to report the income that you make from a small business because you don't qualify for taxes. I do. Which is great. And also sad. Just kidding. Pay your taxes, fam. Taxes aren't bad. I'm not mad about paying taxes. It's just the process. The fact... nope. Not gonna go on a capitalism rant. Anyway. So, yeah, you kind of figure out with your display stuff what works for you and what doesn't. You find little hacks. You evolve over time. I never got a surprise bag. Oh, well. Don't worry. We'll have them forever because I looked at our inventory and that is our best-selling singular item at conventions is surprise bags. And I've learned that there are some places where they just statistically sell really well, like certain states. Mostly states that allow gambling. They seem to do a lot better in. Imagine. Mine was surprise plushie boxes. Sir, hello. So yeah, I'm gonna print this off. Wondering if I want to do a test print before I do. Do I want to do sticker paper with that? Yeah, I'll do sticker paper. We'll just hope for the best. Let's hope for the best here. Alright, so we're gonna turn Chonky on and get it to working a bit and doing some of our printing here. I've got to make some little price stickers that I'm trying out because I was told that I should really add prices to my signage, which as a recommendation from a friend of mine, like I said, when you get into the alley, people just start giving you advice all the time and it's amazing. Probably one of my favorite parts. So I was testing all that out last night. Good morning, Chonky. How are you? Did you sleep well, baby? That's good. Let's get you loaded up with some 8.5 by 11, huh? Hi. How many prints per design do you print? So I only do 5 to 10 per design. It also depends on the size of the convention as well as how many designs you have. I have quite a few designs. I have over 10 designs. But even if you have a lower quantity, I would never say make more than 10. There are some, if they do well, when I reprint them, I will do 20. just so that I do not have to order them as frequently. But most of my prints, by the time I get through 10 of them, I am probably wanting to phase them out for some new artwork. Because you don't, even when you're selling a good amount of prints, if you, like, once you have multiple designs, they just don't, they don't move as fast as you think. 5 and 10 doesn't sound like a lot, but it goes a long way. You know, you got 10 different designs, 10 per design. That's 100 prints. So even if you do well and sell 20 to 30 prints at a show, you're probably not going to be going through all of one design. I would say never do more than 10 on a new design, personally. Great idea. I do that with my plushie designs. I only do 5, never past that. Yeah. I think 5 to 10 is a great number to start with, because I am also a big advocate for, I would rather sell out than be stuck with product that I cannot move. Gotta go, work calling. Sounds good. I will say that with like smaller prints, because I do the standard, the Artist Alley standard sizing is 8.5 by 11 for a large print and 5 by 7 for a small print. Now, for the sake of money and printing availability, doing an 8.5 by 11, which is a standard paper size, and a 4 by 6 is a great starting point. That's where I started. I did eventually shift up just because I prefer, when I'm buying prints, I prefer to buy a print that I can hang up like a poster. I go for 11 by 17. So if I want to buy it, I try to provide the same things that I as a consumer would want to consume. And I was told that that was the meta or whatever. So good morning, baby. Did you have a good sleep? Yes. A good printer. Yes, you are. Oh, get some dust in your crevices. So always close your paper flap. What was I talking about? The smaller print sizes, because I can put them in surprise bags. I'd rather have extras of those than the large sizes. So, but I sell more of my large sizes than I do my small sizes. It's complicated. It's so much fun. Being an artist is so much fun. Go away. Oh my gosh, chat, are you covering it up? Of course you are. Ugh. It's over here today. Yeah, also, just so everybody knows, we do have a redeem in case you're worried about your question getting missed at all, because I'm going to be moving around a lot. We do have a redeem today that I will do for, I guess, future convention prep streams as well, that you can use to make sure that it gets seen and queued up. Table things. Okay. Okay, so I need you to be a good... Okay, I might need to change this temporarily for printing purposes. Let's see what it's gonna tell me here. No, honey. No, we're not doing that. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but you just have to trust me here. Letter. Ordered. Plain paper. I have so many settings for my printer, like learning how to use my printer and paper types was a whole nother challenge. Definitely been in your post-con streams. I'm trying to absorb as much info as possible before my first cons. Honestly, yeah, take notes, do research. You're still gonna go in feeling like you could have learned so much more before you went in. Oh, I should have done this. Oh, I should have done that. You're gonna feel that forever. That'll never really go away. No, I'm just kidding. It does get better after you sort of start getting like a nice system. And you, off to lunch. You start kind of getting a rhythm to how you set up, but you're always gonna want to do little upgrades. You're always gonna be learning stuff. That's kind of the fun part of it. But yeah, do as much research as you can. I made some huge errors my first show, and I just recovered from them like a year ago. It was rough. I did a lot for cosmetics, but prints are more of a gray zone. Also, I would say don't go like super ham on your first couple. Rough. Don't go ham on your first couple shows. Okay, good. I always triple check everything because I hate waste, guys. I hate waste. I try to be super eco-conscious. I already produce a lot of waste, so I try to minimize, and I also just don't like wasting money, so. Let's see how this looks. I may have to do a second print. I really don't want to, but I may have to do a second print. This doesn't look good. We're gonna find out. So, okay, so Photo Cyan. This is a very expensive printer, by the way. Also not something you need to invest into right away. There are plenty of wonderful print options. I highly recommend Cat Print. If you are in a bind and you have an Allegra near you, they also do very quality printing. I did compare some price points, and they're a little bit more per print, so that'll cut into your profit margins. But prints have such a high profit margin anyway that if that's the thing you have to cut into, that would be the thing you'd want to cut into. I went ahead and ordered a photo magenta in advance because I know better at this point. Photo magenta, weirdly enough, the light pink, imagine, is the color I use. Triple the amount of any other color. Sorry, double the amount of my second most used color, triple the amount, if not quadruple the amount of all the other colors. Shocking, I know. I use too much pink. So Chonky takes a really long time to warm up for the first print, but then after that, he does great. You print them yourself, like that would definitely... Listen, here's the thing. Saki, I did a massive breakdown of costs because I was genuinely curious on what I was saving by printing at home versus ordering the prints. The pink is my favorite color. Not mine. I'm just kidding. You all know it's mine. You all know it's mine. Too much pink. Don't comprehend these words. Me neither. It's okay. Where's my photo magenta? Photo cyan. I literally just looked at it. Photo cyan, not photo magenta. Photo magenta here. Photo cyan. These are my cute little ink things. This printer takes 8 separate ink cartridges, and if one runs out, it won't work. It is expensive to maintain, which leads to my next point. So for my large prints, the cost of printing at home, because of the quantity of ink and the type of paper I have to order, if you calculate in and break down the average of the cost of paper, the cost of ink, how much I use per one, and the shipping cost, because you have to calculate it in shipping costs, your average cost. So if you're paying $1 per sheet of paper, but you're also paying $3 in shipping for 50 pieces of paper, you have to break in that $3 in shipping 50 different ways, and then, calculate that into the cost per paper. So if you break all of that down, I'm paying effectively about 30 cents more per print to have someone else print it than by printing at home. So is that really saving me a lot of money in the long run? No, pennies. That boils down to pennies. So when it comes to the big prints, I actually prefer to order those. Most of the time, the quality is highly comparable. On top of the fact that it saves me so much time because the big prints also take forever to print. And if we work on any of those prints today, like if I start printing those while we're streaming, you're gonna see how long they print. It takes a long time. And this ink is specialty. I have to order it. So it also is like a time thing. But if, like, for example, since I have a con coming up and I have a couple prints to print off that I didn't really have time to order because of when I finished them, and obviously you want to try to order more than just one print at a time to make shipping costs a little bit more logical to pay for, then printing from home is a great last minute option. I typically do work down to the wire, so it does benefit me in a lot of ways. But if I have the time and the money to outsource for the large prints, I 100% will. The time and money and energy that it saves me by doing that is worth it if I can. But it takes, you need effectively 2 weeks to get anything in the US reasonably. So you need a 2-week buffer. Highly recommend a 2-week buffer for anything. Don't waste your money on express shipping. That is an expense you do not need to invest in. It's so dumb. Unless you absolutely have to. I've paid for express shipping 3 times ever. And this last one I'm mad about because I probably didn't need it, but you never know. Oh, all done. Oh, that looks nice. Okay. How big is that gonna be? So it turned out nice. Let's go big head really quick. And I need to still show you guys my checklist. Not cute. Color's nice. It's actually a little bit more vivid than the camera is showing. I'm also trying to shift all of my branding to the pastel galaxy instead of solid colors. So trying to incorporate that more into everything that I've been printing and designing, especially with my table branding. So last night I took the time to make a galaxy base template that I can use for all of my branding that I like, because finding a pastel galaxy that you like that doesn't have like an excess of really obnoxious stars everywhere, it's really hard. So I made it myself, because when you can't find what you need as a creative, you fucking make it yourself. Hi, Mikey. So this looks good. Let's see how big it's gonna be, because I tried to size it up. So that's about exactly how big I wanted it. That's about exactly how big I wanted it. So I'm gonna cut it a little bit. Cut it down. Show you guys my beautiful guillotine cutter, which I adore, which was funded by Stream. Thanks, Stream! So many of these things have been funded by Stream. Chonky was funded by Stream. Actually by like a really kind individual back in the day. Like early Twitch days. The Twitch days of old. But this looks great, and I think we're good to go. So before I get up my guillotine cutter though, I'm gonna do a little bit more printing, so that way I can kind of maximize having the guillotine cutter out, because I'm gonna have to move my chair so you guys can see me cutting. So let's go back to the art page. We need to work on the price signs here. Oh wait, that's the wrong, no, that's one of the files I'll need. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll need this guy. And I was playing with some stuff here to get sizing accurate. Sizing can be really, really hard because it can look like the right size on the screen, and it's just really not. Hi, Star. How are you? How's your work day? Can you even see this okay? I guess my little sub view thing is kind of in the way. Yeah, that looks okay. Here, I'll zoom out a little. So this is one of, and this is actually a template for like all my other signs too. Like they're all just hidden on different layers, and then I export them out. That way all the sizing is accurate, and like I had like a guide tool so that everything was like lining up properly in the right size and equivalent. that is not an Artist Alley or related question. Cat. How am I so cool? I'm not. I'm actually a little warm right now in my NASA sweatshirt. I also found out from TikTok today that apparently bisexuals wear NASA stuff. And I'm like, wow, I feel super fucking attacked right now. That's fine. So I was, this is basically the plan. So I started talking about this earlier. Now I have a visual for you guys. You have a NASA hoodie too? High five. Apparently that's a real thing. Great, love it. Can we get a shout out for Kat, by the way? So I've always had price, or not price, okay. I'm gonna just show you a couple of things that I do, all right? I'm gonna be updating this as well. I don't like that price sign. I haven't liked that price sign for a long time. And Saki, I don't know if you're still listening, but this might be useful for you. No, two web bubs. I love you. I'll be getting word on how Grandma's future will look after work, and Mom said it's gonna be emotional. Just trying to prepare myself for that call tonight. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, like, that's gonna be tough. We're here for you, boo-boo. I hope that things go okay, and sending you all my love, okay? So I was talking about shifting over branding stuff. So I also figured out branding fonts. I struggle a lot with fonts because I like rounded fonts, but a lot of rounded fonts look very kiddish or just kind of difficult to read. And I didn't want like a kiddish look. I still wanted it to look clean, legible, and professional. So the bottom font is Fredoka 1. The top font is, what was it? It's a weird one. It's got a funny name. It's an S. Sniglet. Like piglet. So those are the two fonts I'm going to be trying to shift all of my branding over to, with Fredoka 1 being my primary one, which is this font or this font. And then the thinner font is the Sniglet one. So I'm shifting everything over right now, but ads, boo, ads. Don't worry, I haven't said anything super essential for you yet. For your first con, how many products do you think would be a good amount? So we did touch on this earlier, but you weren't here, and I don't have any problems with repeating answers, guys. So don't feel bad if I mention a question has already been asked. I'm happy to answer them again. I say 5 to 10 maximum, I think is a perfect starting number. If it's a really small show, like a one-day show or a local show, I would say just 5.
Thanks to broccoli toast for my sub gift.
Oh, lovely. 41 months. There's another 40. Thank you, BLT, for gifting Mooney with that sub. Thank you so much for the resub. So much love today, guys. And as per usual, this is no different than usual. If we fill any of the gold bars, we will do giveaways. I've got lots of stuff out currently. I've got Genshin, I've got not Genshin. We've got stuff. So plenty for giveaways. Like 5 prints or like keychain and stickers and prints. So my personal recommendation, okay? I don't think anybody should go to their first con with any high cost items that have a lower profit margin. Those items include, and are not limited to, but include acrylic standees, acrylic keychains, charms, enamel pins, acrylic pins, like the pin back ones. I honestly don't even really recommend buttons, like the metal pin back buttons. The only reason I do buttons is because I have a button maker. So that was invested in and gifted to me. Buttons, these types of buttons. Buttons, who's got the buttons? But these super low profit margins, okay guys? You're gonna be paying $1 or $2 per button And the most you could really realistically charge for a button is $3, which is what I charge. And I don't think I could ever feel comfortable charging more than that for a button. That is only a 50% maximum profit return. If not, you're looking at what, 30% if it's a $2 cost with shipping, because again, you have to calculate shipping into your product costs. So yeah, I don't recommend buttons. Sorry. It's a rant I go on because, like, it sucks because it's like you'd think they'd be such a cute, easy little grab item, but when you actually start, like, trying to buy them, it's, like, so expensive. It's crazy. It's crazy for what you get and what you can sell them for. So lanyards, don't do lanyards. Don't do zipper pouches. Don't do clothing. Do not do clothing right off the bat. Sorry, I'm yelling. I shouldn't be. I think the meds are kicking in and I'm just like, woo! But I think great starting items are prints and stickers. Start with prints and stickers. If there's any handmade items that you make, like, I think shrink-eating charms are a wonderful starting point. They're great. They're low cost. They're fairly easy to do at home. And you can very easily mass produce them. It's just more work. Oh, hi, Matt. Oh, genki desu ka? Just got in. I see Atomic being a sellout. JK. I will punch you right in your shoulder. That was a good rant for me because I was thinking about buying a button maker. Okay. I will touch on buying a button maker because that's a whole different conversation. That's a whole different conversation than ordering buttons. Okay? So let me get there. All right? Because that's very different, and I want to make sure that I cover each thing because it's two different conversations. Dude, I want a button maker so bad. We make them at work. If I really wanted them, I always could. See, if you have the resources, 100% great idea. Okay, 100% great idea. But like if you have to outsource them, I guess let me rephrase. Buttons, if you have to outsource them, if you have to purchase them from someone, the people that I have experienced, the button styles that I like, I do not think they're worth it. At least not for the 1.5 inch buttons that I sell. I sell 1.5 inch. There are other sizes available. There are specialty buttons. I've never tried Alibaba, so I don't know what cost would be for buttons from them. Maybe they're cheaper, but you'd probably have to get massive minimum order quantities or large minimum order quantities. So I don't know like what Vogue Race or Juno would cost for that, which is through Alibaba. Because Alibaba, if you guys don't know, is kind of like an Uber Eats of manufacturers. Okay, so when people talk about Alibaba, it's not just like, oh, Alibaba is just one group of people. No, Alibaba is like going to a mall, okay, of manufacturers. Maybe that's a better way of describing it than Uber Eats. So they offer a whole bunch of different options, and you have to be careful with manufacturers you go to because some of them do really poor quality and will not work with you. And there's only so much security you get depending on the manufacturer. But if you find good ones like Vogue Race or Juno Creative are the two that I have found that are good to work with and have really, really good customer feedback, is I don't know about their buttons. But like I've done Sticker Mule, I've done a couple others, I did Zap Creative's ones. Buttons are very expensive to manufacture. So for me, I don't feel like the profit margins are high enough. Not to mention, I don't feel like they're like an item that gets bought a lot. I don't sell a lot of buttons. I also don't do like gender buttons or anything like that. I don't have a lot of clever buttons. I'd like to do more clever buttons, which I've been, as you can see, kind of shifting into. So maybe that's also on a me thing, but from my perspective, not worth manufacturing. I also just found out about an Etsy creator who does custom buttons that my friend talked really highly about, but she did still say that she was spending about $1 per button for a 2-inch button. So again, if you're selling for $3, that's like a 65% profit margin. That's okay. that's okay. It just depends. Thank you, Umbreon. Mwah, 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 mwah. Have a great day, babe. Thanks for hanging out with me. I missed you. 1 inch and the 2 inch. I prefer 1.5, which we don't have. That's fair. 2 inches is also good. I don't think 1 inch is good. I don't feel like they're... I feel like those are free buttons. You know, those are like the buttons that people give out. I don't think that they're good for selling. I think 1.5 should be like the smallest you go. And then like no bigger than 3 ever. I've also seen other shapes of the button makers like hearts and squares. Yeah, those button makers are harder to find, I feel like. Now, for button makers, the initial investment is kind of high. I feel like it has been worth the return. And Saki, I'm so sorry I never got back to the print conversation. I will, I promise. Hopefully you're just lurking and listening. But I apologize for like grabbing your attention and then immediately getting asked a different question, and ADHD followed that train. But button makers, I think, are worth investing into if you get a good button maker. I went through American Button Machine, which is a little bit more on the expensive side, but they offer kits for starting out. I have had a wonderful experience with it. I did not have to restock my supplies with the bundle that I got until, oh boy, I want to say like a year or two after I first got it. And it's kind of nice because when you have your own button maker, like, you know how Aimski was talking about how much she loved the silly little like Gundam button that I was making the other night, right? Oh, they also come with software sometimes, which I've never used because I just do everything myself because I'm too lazy to learn a new software. But like Aimski really liked this, like, it's a Gundam thing. The nice thing about a button maker is that I can just make a singular button. Or I could do a traditional thing, like, and make a singular button. I actually did that with, when I was just messing around with it and learning how to use it, I made this button. Please? Anytime. Okay. We have terrible glare. There we go. Too much glare light. That's my old logo. Kawaii desu. Just a stupid little thing. It's backwards, but mirrored. But I made it just for funsies. So that's kind of the nice thing about it. Yes, lurking and listening, I have time. Okay, cool. That hurts. First came from Atomic. I make more of the 1 inch zipper pulls and mini magnets than I do the actual buttons. Yeah, 100%. Totally could see that. I saw that. I do love the shapes, I will admit. I would love to someday get a star one or a heart one. Hi. Hi, Mimo. How are you, baby? Your nails are pretty. Oh, thank you. I've done them myself. These are those semi-cured gel nails that I was talking about. I do these myself. They take me about 2 hours, but a set of these cost me like $15, and I can get 2 full sets of nails out of them. And normally going and getting your nails done is like a $60 minimum. So, and that's cheap. It's really how I taught my coworker how it works. Yeah. So it's super like fun to be able to kind of make your own buttons. I think they're worth investing into if you want buttons to be a staple part of your inventory. If you like that freedom, if you like that customability, I think that they're a good thing to invest into. Personally, I think buttons are really fun, especially with like enamel pins and stuff being so expensive. It's nice to have just kind of a little different option than like a keychain or a sticker or a print for your inventory. I definitely feel like it has paid itself off. It took some time, but it's paid itself off in profit margins at this point. And the company that I go through, American Button Machine, has just excellent customer service, super speedy shipping for supplies. I like them. I've only had a few errors. That's just an opinion, though. I've had a lot of people tell me that buttons are just not worth it. Don't even bother to have them on your table. They're such a low price item. But I think that they're worth it, personally. I'm doing great, actually. I'm having so much fun. if you talk to any of my friends, they will tell you, or my mom even, like, they'll tell you that, like, I'm a talkative person, but, like, man, if you get me talking about the business, it's one of my favorite things to talk about in the whole world. So that just reminded me, I need to apply for some panels. Shit. I love talking about business stuff. I love talking about Artist Alley in the industry. So this is so fun for me. I'm absolutely in the best mood right now. I have to clip all my nails off because they're long and they screw up my clay stuff. Yeah, I understand that. I will say that these have been a little bit of a bother for some of the things that I do, but this is these are all my natural nails at this point. Longest they have ever been. Ever. I'm a button and pin collector, same with stickers. I am obsessed. I also love stickers. Great, because, you know, I have tons of questions. I'm always here to answer. One of the guys at the ceramic show had range prices, so he labeled everything with like 1, 2, 3, and on it, the sign it said 1 equals 20, 4 equals 2, 1 equals 20 to 40, 2 equals 30 to 60. I thought that was cool. That is interesting. I personally don't think I'd ever quite do something like that for the sheer fact of, like, I try to make everything as stupid proof as possible, and I feel like that gives people the opportunity to potentially haggle those prices. Like, oh, well, it says 30 to 60, and this piece doesn't look that much more complex than this piece. Why is this 30? Why is this 60? Or, like, being confused, like, grabbing two items thinking that they're gonna be, like, the same price, and then coming up and being like, oh, 90? I thought it said, like, 30 to 60. I thought these were both 30. Like, it's just, I personally try to make everything as stupid proof as possible. Doesn't work for a lot of stuff, but I think it works for ceramics because his were all very unique in size and different. Yeah, and I can understand that. And I think that that's like, I do find it really interesting. I don't think I'd ever do it. I don't have anywhere to put buttons. I have a sticker book though. I put buttons, pins on decorative pin board on the wall so I can display them. I need to do so much with my stuff. List never ends. Making stuff stupid proof is good. Lots of dummies out there. It's true, sadly, and I really hate to say that. Having a flat price is good. Gets rid of the guesswork. Totally agree. I am gonna really quick just print something, and then I'm gonna go back to talking about, like, my signage and whatnot. But I want to keep the printer working here. I need this paper. How many sheets? 1, 2. Do I want to use that for some price? No, I'll just do the prices on a separate sheet. Okay, 2 for sure. Oh, that one's a little wrinkled. No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to cut it. We'll do that for the second one. Well, they're both kind of wrinkled. How do these get a little wrinkled? I don't like that. Boo. Boo. Okay, so, because this will auto shut off after a certain point, and then I have to wait for it to warm up and think about its life again. So we've got printing on 8.5 by 11. Yes. Plain paper rear tray. Yes. Paper flap is closed. Yes. Plain paper. Yes. That's set out. Yes. 1 copy. Yes. Bordered. No. Borderless for this one. Okay. Should be Gucci. Need a bigger pin board. I've started running out of room. Having a flat price is good. Gets rid of guesswork. Yeah. Agreed. Honestly, the less prices you can have in general, the better. So, back to what I was talking about with prints and whatnot before. So yes, shifting over all of my branding to different, fonts. But I actually printed off these for my print book and for my print wall so that people know what they're looking at. Not that, like, guesswork is always bad, but I know some people are really big, avid fans of original work. And so if I have an original piece, I like to have that listed. Other times I have like little clever names for pieces, like bikini toe, which I feel like personally is a lot funnier and a lot more interesting if people know what the name is without me having to physically say it. So I started doing this on my prints, and I feel like people really appreciate it. I feel like it has been very well received. And I just print these off on a little sheet of paper, and then and I'll actually probably have to change this formatting because I was doing this on matte paper, but I want to do it on plain printer paper. That's a long story. This turned out really nice. The colors turned out really good. I had to make sure to turn up the vibrancy. Why am I leaking? No, Mr. Kool-Aid Man. Let's not do that on any of the prints later, okay? Black. I'm gonna look inside really quick. 1 second. Let me see you. Come on. Show me your cartridges. Slide over. Wrong slide. Slide over. Wow. Don't be shy. Come on. Come on, baby. Slide. There we go. Good. Good printer. And then when my cartridge is out, it'll blink at me. Because it's got lights. Or if it's low, it does a slow blink. Well, I don't see any ink in here, really. Except for maybe over there. I should probably learn about cleaning my printing heads and stuff. You learn as you go, okay? We're gonna go ahead and print another here. Turned out really, really nice. Okay, cool. We love it. We're here for it. But I think that this is a really wonderful way to show off, like, kind of what you're showcasing. And then I have a full... This is what I used to do my signs as. This is my previous signs. And I kind of just threw them together right before a show. This time I actually tried to make them look really nice and aesthetic. This is my price menu. I have this on the table. And then I've been trying to have one that I can hand to people as well if they want to look everything over. But you don't want this to be super full. This feels almost too cluttered for me. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of looking forward to selling out of the enamel pin sets. So that'll be one less thing that I have to put on my price thing. Although then I'll have long sleeves to add to it. It never ends. But that's why I also say that, like, starting out with just stickers and prints, that's so easy to price out. Maybe acrylic charms, but if you're only having 1 or 2 to start, like, at a table, it's almost better to kind of build up over time. And acrylic charms they're kind of an investment. And if you get stuck, like right now I'm stuck with a bunch of Genshin acrylic charms that aren't moving. And that sucks. Like, yeah, you can do surprise bags, but you don't want every surprise bag to have the same acrylic charm in it, right? Like, you can. And like, back when I did Star Butterfly and the original Fruits Baskets ones, those took forever to move. I still have, oh my god, actually, I can show you. I still have these. I actually need to put these on keychains, because back in the day, I used to do my own, is it in this bin? I guess I can show you this. Oh, where would those little charms be? Oh, where would I have put these? Would they be in this box? Probably not. But where would they be? Perhaps I finally got rid of them all. But I don't I did. So where the hell would I have put them? Why are they not in this bin? Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, we'll see if I end up pulling out the button maker today. I don't know if I will. I really thought they were in here. What the heckers? I thought. Where are they? I really don't think I used them all up, which is why I'm so confused right now. I also just set down those key things, and I don't know where I put them either. Alright, well, my brain. Oh my god, they're together. They're in a bag. I am smarter than my previous self. How do you manage clothing? I was thinking of having the 3 different options so customers can feel them and see the vibrancy of colors and doing pre-orders. Okay. You can leave me a voicemail. When you say 3 different options, can you explain to me what you mean? Do you mean 3 different sizing options? Do you mean 3 different color options? Or do you mean 3 different clothing options? Thank you for tackling the button maker convo. I am packing a birthday gift for when the birthday girl comes over today, so I was working and looking, but I appreciate the insights. Of course, so happy to give you insights. Sun and Moon, how are you? I'm thinking about a solution. Oh, for Star. Look at my calendar, and I have a hair appointment the same day as RodCon, but before it starts. Okay, well, that's not bad. And RodCon goes for a while, so. Shirt, crew neck, and hoodie. Okay. So, thus far, I'm going to be honest, I've not had good experiences with hoodies. I know other people have. I would recommend going crew neck over hoodie, personally. I feel like I see less of those at shows, which means that there's going to be less competition. They're easier to pack because the hoods actually add a ton of bulk. Hoodies are so bulky to travel with. That's kind of the downside. And I think a shirt is fine. I also wouldn't do 3 different options for one design. I would do 1, maybe 2, and test the market because you don't know what people are gonna think. Thank you for Headpat Sea Cruise. How are you? I actually have already set up the prices. We're just discussing a lot of different things, honestly. It's a big Artist Alley chat con prep day, so I'm kind of doing everything right now. A little bit of everything. Just did some printing. Got to do some designing and printing while we chat. So, I'll finish up that, and then I'll show you guys these. One thing at a time. From a place I've already ordered, so I know the quality is on point. I'm not so much worried about the quality so much as if you're going to sell them. I know you'd only be getting like 1 or whatever, but it's going to take up a lot of space on your table or on your wall. Apparel is difficult to display, actually. Happy I am going. Aw, thank you. After this, as of right now, I have 1 per month, every month until September. Hooray. Happy to get to see you today. I'm happy to get to see you today. Sort of a soft goal for myself. I'm having to get my own booth next year at RodCon. I think you can do it. Apply. Do it. I see all types of artists there. I see super new artists, because I love you guys, you can tell, and super experienced artists. So it's a great place to start. Great place to start. I was thinking of people choosing their design and size, and I ship them after the con, so no inventory at the con. You can. The problem with choice is that a lot of customers get selection overwhelm, which is also why I was mentioning like the limiting of the pricing, limiting of this. Most of the time when people go up to a table, their brain is working on impulse, okay? That's why cons tend to sell so much more than online, because you can't save the tab and go back to it later. You can't close the tab. You're at an event. You want it for the memories. You want it because you're there. You've got money put aside. You're ready to go. You're fired up on ramen and Pocky and you're ready to spend some freaking money, okay? When you start giving people choices, it actually stresses people out and will hurt your sales. Less options is actually better. Give people direction. It's kind of like the difference from the marketing perspective of if somebody says, where do you want to go to eat tonight? And you go, I don't know. I'm kind of in the mood for anything. Okay. Cool. Anything. Okay. So do you want tacos? Do you want, like, should we get tacos? Should we get Chinese? Should we, versus somebody going, what do you want for dinner tonight? And the person's response being like, oh, I think that I would really like to either have tacos from Taco Bell or Chinese from Happy Panda Express. Couldn't remember what the name was. So when you give the two options, people are like, oh, okay, let's do Panda Express. Make it accessible. Otherwise, you're probably going to lose sales because people are going to spend too much time thinking about what they have to get, a lot of people will get turned away from order forms too. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that it's a bad option. I also offer order forms. Like this last con, I didn't have time. To prep things. I got order forms. But order forms are going to make less sales than having the merch on hands. But it's a wonderful alternative. You will still make sales. It's not like it's not viable. But I will say that I sell less through order forms than I do from having the physical item there. Or redirecting people to my website. Still get orders, but less. What gets me is, what if I don't get it? Walk around and the thing I wanted to sell sells out before I came back to buy it. Yes, FOMO, I hate to say it, FOMO is good. You want your customers to have FOMO. This is real advice, guys, okay? Have last one stickers. Keep a singular item so that you can put a sold out sticker on it. It will boost your sales. I cannot tell you how many things I have sold because I put a last one sticker on it and people went, that's the last one? Oh man, I was gonna make another lap, but I'm getting it now. Me, I need it. Yes, exactly. So cool if our booths were near each other. That would be awesome, honestly. So, like, have to get back to work now. More questions in the future. Of course, love. Have a good one. I plan to do more of these in the future because this is too fun not to. Too fun not to. I'm truly and genuinely enjoying myself, and I hope that you guys are too. Yeah, because this is great. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm the same way with things at cons. It hits me. If it hits me, I buy it right away because I've had that happen where things I wanted sold out. Yeah, especially with artists. Like, they know that a lot of the times we may not have more, or that may be the last time we're ever stocking that. Ah, Red River. It's like they heard me. They just sent me an email. It's a newsletter. So just as a example, I don't know if this is helpful at all for order forms. I try to keep it super simple, okay? And this is not the best. This was kind of like thrown together last minute. I've got name, email, address. I don't ask for phone numbers. I don't see the point. I don't want people having my number. I don't have a business phone. So emails are fine by me, and I let people know that if I have any issues, I will be contacting them by email. And if I cannot contact by email, then that may affect their order. Address, all the info, zip. This is all backwards. Color choices, size choices. If there is more than one item, I list it down below. I've never had anybody order more than 4, so I've never seen the point. If I really need to put more information on it, I will put it on the back. So I just keep it really simple. I don't want it to take up a lot of their time because, I mean, I don't know about you guys. If someone hands me a form and it's a whole page or it looks like there's a lot of words there, I'm just gonna go, you know, actually, I'll come back. I'm gonna go eat some lunch and then I'll fill this out later. And then I never will. So you want it to be quick. You want it to be painless. You don't want them to have to put a lot of thought into it because when people start thinking, people stop buying. Slogan. My music still playing? Yeah. Tommy's saying I'll be back when she knows she's not coming back at all. Yeah. Me to every Jord salesman. We're all guilty of that. We've all done it. We've all done it. I mean, it's like the kiosks at the mall. They're like, oh, do you like flowers? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, come here really quick. And you're like, no. But, oh, my mom's calling me. Sorry. Bye. Physically runs away from the kiosk people. One thing I don't really like is when booths that let you walk in them are super small with their walk-in space. Makes me panic. Okay. I get a lot of my information from people who've been doing this a very long time. And one of them is a marketing expert. Okay, she's so good. So I take a lot of her stuff pretty heavily. Oftentimes when people feel like they have to come into spaces, it's actually deterring. I know it seems cute, like you're walking into a little shop, but a lot of people do feel claustrophobic, panicked, nervous, especially if there's like a tent topper on it. Now, there are exceptions to all these rules, okay? I'm sure there have been plenty of little booths that you guys have been like, well, this person had this booth and it was super cute and I loved the setup and I loved feeling like I was walking into a shop. There's always going to be exceptions to these rules, okay? But as a standard, you want things to be very open, easily visible. If you can, raise your table a little bit so that it's higher. People feel like they're walking up to a table at a store, and it makes them more likely to buy things. It's weird how the human brain works and how marketing works, but make things clear, make things legible. Don't use fancy fonts. Don't use anything in cursive, ever. Ever. I don't care if it looks pretty. Legible, easy, simple. KISS. Give people lots of kisses, okay? Keep it simple, silly. That's my best advice I can give for table setup, for your marketing. Make it as easy as possible. I've noticed that since I have shifted, I have made significantly more sales. From Star, what is a good item quantity to bring? I definitely already answered that, but thank you. Like if it's a U shape but doesn't have a lot of room to walk down the middle, yeah. If it's a U, make sure it's a wide U. A wide U is okay. The guy in Anime Milwaukee was really creepy looking and had his book out with a sign asking people to talk to him. I kind of just went, oh, sorry, I gotta go. Yeah. That's kind of a whole different convo of just like social awkwardness and people just doing their best. Some people walk around with signs that say like happy to hug or something like that, or free hugs. You know, everybody expresses themselves differently. $21 was not my answer. 5 to 10 is pretty much my standard go-to. But yeah, I think prints are always going to be your highest profit margin item, or should be. And then stickers are medium profit. If you're getting vinyl stickers, like if you're manufacturing, don't be afraid to charge $5 a sticker. I know that feels like a lot for a sticker, but if they're vinyl, People will still buy it. It's still totally worth it, and that's the only way you're really gonna make your profit margins. If you're making them at home on just like regular sticker paper and like hand cutting and stuff like that, you can lower that pricing a little, but you're still gonna want to be charging at least $2 to $3 a sticker. It's an actual book. He just sat there and stared and held a talk to me sign and had copies of his self-published book. Yeah, that's a little odd. Wait, an actual booth. Yeah, don't do that. Now, if you are socially awkward, I've definitely seen people be like have like a little sign on their table or something that says like, I'm kind of shy, but feel free to ask me questions or ask me about my OCs, or like, I'm an introvert at an extroverted event, but welcome to my table. If you have questions, my name is this. That I think is okay to an extent, but sadly, when it comes to working a booth, customer service does come into play a bit. So find what works for you, but don't do this. I know you love drawing. Draw at home. You're at an event. You're trying to sell things. You are not trying to draw right now. Talk to the people at your table. Also, don't do this. Hi. Like, if you have an important text to respond to, that's fine. But, like, it is still a customer service job at the end of the day. If you are hiring on to proxy for other people, and proxy means work at another person's table as a salesperson, or even just watching someone's table. No, I take back that second part. If you are being hired to proxy at someone's table, you have to be experienced in customer service. That's what people will look for. That's what the big booths look for. That's why when you walk up to those mega vendors, they've got people standing there like, hey man, how you doing? Oh yeah, you like that print? You like Naruto? Dude, check this out. We got like 6 more. Yo, let me show you. Bam, bam, bam. Naruto. If you like Naruto, you must like Cowboy Bebop too. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why they get people like that. Because those people make sales. And if you want to make sales, you don't necessarily have to do that. But you do have to make eye contact and talk to people. And people do like hype, like don't scare people, like read the room, like yeah. Customer service is complex because like you still have to read people. Like I've had to explain this to like other people too. It's like if there is someone walking around with headphones, try not to be too audible. Because typically they're probably audio sensitive and they're probably overstimulated already. So those are the people that you look at and you go like, and if they're there for a while, be like, let me know if you need anything. Opening the door. But those are not the people you walk up to like, yo, how you doing? Because they're going to be like, ah, and they're going to run away. Or they're just gonna like, you're gonna watch physical panic come over their face and they will literally just turn around and leave. More likely to buy something if people are animated and chatting because they love to chat. I feel like I'm bothering some people if they're just behind their booth doing nothing. Agreed. I have stood at people's table. Okay, sorry, last thing of what not to do at your table. Noopy is my table neighbor behind me who is apparently falling asleep. Oh my god, yeah, totally. No, I agree. I love that manufacturer. That's so good. Oh, hi. Yeah, no, that's amazing. Totally, yeah, we should hang out sometime. After the show, when you have no one at your table. That's fine. I have stood there before For 5 minutes, I counted at someone's table, waiting for them to acknowledge me other than a, hey, how you doing? Because I had questions and I wanted to buy something from them, but they wouldn't stop freaking talking to the person behind them. So eventually, I just left. I got something like that when I was getting a Gundam kit. Yep. I feel like they should work in a restaurant or retail or do something with people before doing a booth, cons or customer service. And I totally get it. Like, there are introverts out there. And I totally understand that. But that's why people say that, like, working conventions, A, is not for everyone. And it's a different game than any other field in the art world. It's different than streaming. It's different than social media. It's different than, I don't know. I don't know what else to like compare it to here. Galleries, I guess. It is a different beast. You have to be able to be, you don't have to. It's helpful to be personable. It's helpful to be able to be talkative. And I know that that is exhausting and that you have to mask, but it really will help your sales. And if your goal at the end of the day is to walk away with a lot of money, you need to be taking that into account and really putting your best foot forward. And I think that's like where a lot of artists struggle. Is like, my art's really good, why isn't it selling? I've had, I won't say the name, because I don't want to embarrass anybody. I won't say either name. I had an artist friend who has like practically little to no social media presence, okay? Really great dude, little to no social media presence, right? Does conventions. He ended up being, I think, across from, or it was either across from or next to a artist that has a massive social media following, and he, for good reason. He is incredible at what he does. He is an incredible artist. He is very well known. He's gotten a lot of really nice deals. But is not the size I want, maybe just a little bigger. But because he just sat behind his table quietly and expected his art to do the sales for him, he still made money. But my friend, who has practically no social media presence, and yes, is still a good artist, but like not on the same level necessarily. I don't even want to say level. Art is so subjective. Like, isn't as like well-known, notorious, you know what I mean? Like, that dude makes money online, and like my friend does not really make money online. He makes money at shows. He ended up making significantly more money than this other artist whose art is like known. Unrelated, but you know what I love about the art community? If you take an art class, all you gotta do is chat them up, offer to let them borrow something of yours, and bam, you get everyone sharing stuff, chatting you up, so friendly. Agreed. It's so true though. I've made a lot of friends from Artist Alley. Just like from, hey, do you have scissors? Are you looking for a pen? Yes, and let me tell you some pointers about my pen that stands out from the others. From its price to its look, and the most important thing, how it writes. Yes. That's A, how you should be doing sales, and B, how you make friends. Let's make a new file here. We want 8.5 by 11 inches width. Actually, let's do 11 by 8.5. Alright, I'm gonna use this as a template for sizing. That's how big it was on the other one. Oh shoot, that's why I had that up! Dang it. No, I don't want to save it. The heck with the save. That's why I had my price menu up. I knew there was a reason. you aren't looking to buy a pen or your print, button, whatever you're selling, to get someone who will chop them up. Yeah, for sure. I've sat and just talked to people about slime. I talked to this one girl about slime miniature for like 20 minutes. Actually, I shouldn't say girl. I shouldn't assume people's gender. I would talk to this one person about slime miniature for like 20 minutes. They didn't buy anything. Actually, maybe they did come back and buy something. But they were so nice. I didn't care. I was having a time. I was like, all right, this person's cool. I'll talk to them. All right, so we need 8, 5, 12, 15, 18. $30, $60. Ugh, so many. Okay. So let's start with, we've got 8. Yes, I know it's silly that I am doing this, but I was testing out colors last night. I decided I did not like the white. That was already sized, so here we are. Now that can be my new template. Now I can get rid of this. Increase that. Bam. Alright, now we need 5. Maybe a couple different 5s probably, just in case. Rar. Serena, babe, how are you? I can only pay in fish scales. Is that plausible? No. Hi, how are you, Bones? Can you give Bones a shout out, please? No, I should really make these transparent before I start resizing them. Imagine. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna go ahead and make my, you know, the little signs we were looking at before with my products on them. I was gonna do those as having the prices on them as well. So originally, what I was gonna do, we're done with the discount box, so we can get rid of that. I'm gonna do these and get these printed before Chonky decides that it wants to turn off. Hopefully I can beat the clock here. And then I'm gonna get out my cutter and we're gonna start cutting. Maybe snail shells and then we'll talk. Yeah, we only accept snail shells here. Sorry, mate. What was I opening? Why was I... They don't need to be super far apart here. Just a little bit of space. Oh, that's what I was opening. Brain small. So these that I was showing you before, originally I was going to have the price at the end of the word. So like hoodies, 60. You know, stickers, 5. But then I saw another artist who, they did a different style of it, but they had little stickers with the prices separate from their product sticker or product signs. And I was like, that's actually genius, because then A, if my prices change, I don't have to make an entire new sign. I can just make a new price. B, if I have to do some sort of weird, like, display, I can move them to wherever is convenient. Or like, for example, for the enamel pin, since I have the sets and the singles all on the same board, like this, I can put a price here for the sets and then like here for the singles. I don't know how that's going to work exactly. But I like the flexibility, and I like that they're little stars. It's kind of like cute. It's like, oh, precious, you know, little baby, little add-on. Add a little bit of the aesthetic. Okay, so then we had, nope. 5, got it. 8, got it. 12. I'll figure out the right file eventually. That is too big. Shrink you down a little bit, baby. Okay. Still feels a little large. We'll do 260. That'll have to do. I don't want to make it too small. How are you doing today, Bones? You having a great day? Actually, I should probably make 2 of these as well. So two of those, 2 of these. You just hang tight for a minute. Also, if you hold the shift key, it's not perfect with clip, but sometimes it will keep it from going like, it'll kind of lock it on that plane. I'd like to participate in a con at some point, but I have little idea how I'd present myself. I'm doing great, about to sit down and coworker along. Almost got my supper words done. Congrats from your birthday thing. I'm still laughing at the goals that you did as a joke getting accomplished. When you say present yourself, do you mean like as a human / fish that you are? Is that what you're referring to there? So I'm gonna go ahead and so it looks like I can do about 4 a page. That's fine. I don't want to cramp them too much. So we're gonna move this right down here. Pretty good at lining things up by eye without like an align feature, but I hope Clip 3.0 has an align feature. Drawn over 100 fish. That is a lot. That's a lot of fish. You're designing custom price tag enamel pins for your display. It's kind of gross. No, not enamel pins. These are just price signs. So I'm gonna print these out. I'm gonna laminate them. Print them out, cut them, laminate them. Wait, no. Print, laminate, cut. Yes. Yes. Maybe I should print, cut, laminate. Then I can put more things in one. I mean, that whole sheet I can probably laminate. But the smaller ones, I should probably cut and then laminate to save on lamination. Yeah, likely. I mean, like, what would I even sell? I have no concept of what people would be interested in because I'm so spontaneous in my own con shopping. Stickers and prints are fantastic starter items. I recommend always starting with those two. Prints have the highest profit margin. Stickers have a decent profit margin, and people just love stickers. You can really never have too many. They don't take up a gratuitous amount of space, and they aren't terribly expensive. Most people can justify that purchase. So those are typically the 2 things that I recommend starting out with. Good enough. I just want to be able to cut them really easily. I need to take a break here soon. Just in case everything crashes, save often, save often. We're gonna save this as the file, star prices. Beautiful. But I mean, if you do art, sell art. Also, I say this with love. I don't recommend doing on-site commissions. You may think, oh, these will make me some good money. People love on-site commissions. True. Good money could be argued, because you have to do it at a low enough price point that people will buy them, unless they're super simple. If you're just doing like a pencil sketch commission and you can whip one of those out in 10 minutes, fine. I saw some person do like bad doodles on like Post-its for $1, and given I still think that's ridiculous because they ended up doing over 100 of them before they cut people off, but it takes up a lot of time, and then it's less time that you can interact with customers, especially if you're like the only person at your table. Like, it really like will suck if you're like stressed out trying to get done commissions, and so you're like, hi, let me know if you need anything. Like, people are gonna not want to talk to you. Welcome back. Do you do BOGO? You know, buy one, get the one you paid for? Oh, you're funny. Hi, Atomic, done with work? How goes? It goes good. We're trucking along here. 15 is next. Getting some of these done so we can do some more printing. Talking about convention stuff. It's a good time. Too lazy for that, so I'm set. Perfect. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy when I think of some of the stuff I used to do at cons that I thought was a good idea. And given, I almost hate to say don't do on-site conventions, because some of my like beloved things that I used to get done at conventions was on-site commissions. Was on-site commissions. I can make words, I swear. But it's really not viable for most artists to do. And then that's also money that they're not spending on stuff that you have already made and you've already spent the money on. And again, it's stressful, it's super time consuming. It doesn't allow you to be as personable, but I get why people love them. Like, I get why people love getting them done. It's just, I don't think it's a smart move for artists, personally. Listen, I do my best, and sometimes I just don't make the right words with my mouth hole, okay? 1 for 10, 2 for 25. It's weird how Americans leave off the word free for all the habit of talking about freedom. They can't use the word when it's talking about a sale offer. There's actually a marketing reason for that. So the word free is often associated with something that is lower or poor quality. That's why I typically do not recommend that if you do offer a deal. For example, I used to do buy 2 prints, get 1 free. So effectively, if you bought 2 of my prints for $20, you would get a $20 print for free. So you would spend $40 and get 3 prints, right? Right. First off, most of the time, people didn't even see the deal. So when they would find 2 prints that they liked, they'd be like, I'd like these 2. And I'd be like, great. it's buy two, get one free. What would you like for your third? Often people have not prepared for that third. Then they go into flail mode because choice overload. Oh, shoot, I don't know, give me a second. Then you have to wait for them to find their third print. Then you have to get that third print, extends the sale time, also loses the opportunity for them to make other impulse purchases. Second off, oftentimes people see the word free and go like, that much. Your brain automatically associates it from a marketing perspective with something that is lower or poor quality. Free does not typically mean good quality. And then I changed my wording to, first one is 20, each additional is 10. So the more you buy, the more you save. Most of the time, the most amount of prints that I sell in one sitting is 2 to 3. That means I am still effectively making $40 for every 3 print sales. And oftentimes, I'll have people even be incentivized to buy more because each one is discounted. Maybe I just have a completely different perspective than me. Free software is generally much higher quality. So again, I think it's Americans are weird. That's probably true. 3 prints for 40 is better than 1 for 20. Yep. Or even 2 prints for 30. Like if you're already spending the $20, what's 10 extra dollars? And then people aren't as deterred from buying that second print. Get them to spend more by making them feel like they're getting a really good deal. Exactly. It's all marketing. It's all the way you present the information. Sometimes even just the way that you just like talk to people about certain things. Like I do have a deal on here, and I didn't used to do it, which is why originally it wasn't on my price menu, is my stickers are $5 a piece. Or what I will tell people is that we have a convention special where you can get 5 of them for $20. So you effectively are getting 5, buy 4, get 1 free. But I don't say it that way. And I also present it as a convention special. Now I've considered adding it to the menu, but I feel like people prefer the pleasant surprise and feel like it's like a special deal just for them. At Cherry Blossom Festival, I've seen people have followed me, a social media site, and get a free sticker. I don't personally like that. Yes, marketing is good. Getting your name out there is good. I think you would get better use out of paying for an advertisement than stickers. Because if people are following you just to get that free item, first off, you're offering them something of monetary value for something that you get 0 money from. There's no guaranteed return. And you can ask people who have really large followings on social media. Followers does not mean you're making money on the internet. I know people who may have 100, 200K followers that make just as much money as I do per month off of my art. Like, or less. Followers does not mean money, for 1. 2, you're offering them something monetary value, something that they can very easily undo. Now, if it was like, you subscribe to my Ko-fi, you get a free sticker, that Ko-fi payment goes through automatically. You're automatically guaranteed $10 on something that somebody may not ever cancel. Maybe they will. But that's a guarantee. That, I feel like, would be a great incentive. If you follow my Ko-fi right here, if you join the membership tier right here for my Ko-fi and show me that, you get a free sticker. I've actually thought about doing that as an incentive to build the Ko-fi. But doing something for something that you get 0 return on, like, you have to be really careful with those. and every sale will lose you money in some way, but sales are just to get people there so they could see other products and didn't initially see and say, hey, I like that too. Let me get that I'm already spending X amount. Yeah. Yeah. And that was after I increased my price of my prints, that I changed it to that wording too. So my prints also went up in price. So I'm still effectively making more. But I also had to do that for the sake of inflation because everything is expensive right now. Followers doesn't mean engagement. It's just a number. Dang right. Followers are great and they feel good, okay? They feel good, and it feels good to feel like you're being seen. The likes make you feel like you're what you're doing matters. But you break it down to a super logistics and business and sustainability perspective, followers is really just a number. It can help you make sales. It has that capability. But if you like never talk about the things you offer for products, or if you never talk about your commissions, yeah, there are going to still be people being like, do you have a shop? Do you do commissions? But you can't just expect that to make you money. You still have to put in effort. Agree, they can always unfollow after. Exactly. And I know plenty of people who have done that. I know people who, back when follow for follow was like a really big thing. I don't know if you guys remember that, but follow for follow was like a huge trend for a while. And people would do it. Sorry, I'm making sure my printer is still on. People would do it and then immediately unfollow the person like a week later. They'd like wait a week and then they'd unfollow them so that they would get the followers and other people wouldn't. And I've seen people build their whole social media that way. Okay, 18, and then we need a $3, 30, and a 60. Okay, we'll do these. We'll get these printed, and then I'm gonna take my break. That looks fine. It's so dark in here today. Oh, my lights. I thought I had that light on, and I don't know why. I will definitely need to go turn that on when I go on my break. Lol. Whoopsie. Consumers don't like it when they are tricked, which can lower appeal and make you seem like you're just scamming them rather than wanting them to stay and buy products. Yeah, exactly. That's why my tactics put the con in consumer. Trying to scam customers will be fine for short-term gain, but if you want them to come back and buy more rather than find out they tricked them, feel scammed and tell their friends to stay away from you. Being honest with your products is always better. Especially as a small business, like, I hate to say it, big businesses can kind of get away with some of these tactics because they have the money and resources to do so. And for people to just not care. So like, that sucks. But, oh, Jesus. What did I just do? No. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, sorry. What was I saying? Right, so they can afford to do that. However, when you're small, like, you really have to be very cautious of customer service, and like, sadly, small businesses have to put up with so much more than the corporations because, you know, we sadly, you know, we're in a position where it's like, if we did get like, I don't know, a cancel culture style set of reviews where people thought that like there was unfair treatment, people went to the internet and like, you know, did a witch hunt, it could literally ruin our whole business forever. And that's going to follow us no matter what name we use. So, of course, some people can still get away with it, but I feel like that's kind of scary. Like, I would not want people to be coming for me. I was under 1K, getting over 200 likes off of one art. or 5K on fan art. It has less to do with the art and more the content. I was engaging in the community, drawing for fun, stuff that would pop up on my mutual's Twitter. Yeah. What broke? Did something break? Nothing broke? Oh, you mean that little thing that happened. Atomic locks her mods in the basement. Mod abuse, cancel Atomic. Stop! With that. Okay, we're gonna do the big numbers first and then we'll do the little one because these are gonna be more of a pain. Number 0 is so chunky. Man. I want them to be centered, but also it's not where the widest point is. I think that looks okay still. Oh, you know, maybe what we'll do is we'll make just the little dollar sign a fair bit smaller. We'll make the rest okay. Oh no. That looks bad. We won't do that at all. Okay, just kidding. Star 3. It's a nice basement, right? Atomic bullies her followers and fans because it's amusing to her. Me abuse, cancel Atomic, whatever. Back freckle. Here. Now the reason that I resize all these and don't just have them be the size of the teeny tiny is that I want the artwork to be like really crisp and clean. So I'd rather be really big and have to resize for this sort of stuff than have it be small and end up kind of like looking pixelated or anything like that. I want it to be really smooth and crisp even on my branding stuff. We're not called our harem for nothing. What will I do with you? Huh? Now we need a 60 and a 3. Oh, wrong one. Okay, nope. Thank you. You know, I wonder if I should do the long sleeve prices while I'm here, while I'm printing, because I'll have the space. Maybe I should. Remember how much the long sleeves were. Combine all the stars together for ultimate pricing. Pew, pew, pew. The most intense pricing you've ever seen. I thought I included the long sleeve. I did, okay. So I thought that was part of the spring launch. Okay, 40. That's what I thought. Okay, so I'll need to do 45. The reason I charge a little bit more at cons than I do on the website is because when you order through the website, since it's print on demand, you cover all the shipping through that. When I order my shirts to take to cons, I pay for all the shipping, so I have to accommodate for that. So, just so you know, guys, ordering through my website is actually cheaper sometimes. One of the stickers that changes what's on it depending on how you view it. Those are so cool though. I love those. I had somebody who's an animation specialist have a table. They were actually splitting a table with their friend. They were so sweet. And their business cards were shifting business cards because they were an animator. And I'm like, that is the smartest thing I've ever seen. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much. I thought it was incredibly clever. All right, so we'll do a 60. Why am I not just doing all of these and then... Silly baka. I know. I did just mention that I was gonna finish getting these done and printing them so my printer didn't turn off. And then I was going to take my break. So I promise you it is on my agenda. Wait, no, 45. 45. 45. Oh, of course that makes it bigger. Fine. 250 like your siblings. When I'm saying 250 and stuff like that, I'm talking about the font size. Feed Fluffy too. Is it 30 or 60? Yes. Thought the price difference was the honor of meeting you. Stop, I love you. You're so sweet. Someday I would love to go further. We'll just have to see if I can ever get there. Okay, that's done. Now the last one should be 3. Okay, so we have, just to verify here, why is this even still open? Go away. Don't need to do any of the large or small prints, that's different. Stickers, 5, got it. Lanyards, 8, got it. Charms, 12, got it. Nail pins, 15, got it. Hamilton set, 18, got it. Shirts, 30, yes. Hoodie, 60, yes. Wait. Thought I increased the prices of the shirts. I thought. I must look. No, 30. Okay, groovy. That must have been a preemptive thing. No, stop that. Oh, why did I do that to myself? Why did I label half of them con and half of them convention? I need to fix that. Ugh. Silicone atomic egg stress toy when? I have no idea. That would be so expensive to produce. I'd be down. I have the cutest little thing that Mandy gave me though. Where's my eggie? There it is. I have this little dude that I use all the time. Isn't it precious? It's got little beans in it and I can squish it around. It's a little egg cat. Makeship. I have zero experience with Makeship. I don't even know if they do anything other than plushies. I know little to nothing about them. And I don't ever intend on doing plushies. Ever. I want to do, if I ever got like licensed to manufacture some sort of like product, it would be a figure. I would love figures. Like a Neandro. I've said this many times. I feel like I would peak if I ever got to like make a Nendroid or Nendroid of my original characters. That would be peaking for me. Okay, so this should be the last price. We need to have a 3, and then we should be good to go. Someone should clip Atomic saying, I'll never make plushies, and if she ever does, play it back for her. That's fine. I will never make plushies. I have heard too many things about how complicated they are and how much stress they are and how much work they are. Like, respectfully, the people who make plushies are amazing. That will never be me. Okay, now I should be able to close that. Actually, you go over here, buddy. I thought you might be able to get the Atomic Egg Stress toy through makeshift, but that's understandable. They only do plushies, yeah. I mean, I guess, like, I could see myself doing something like this for, like, the little slime, which I guess would be considered, like, kind of a plushie. It's got, like, the little beans and stuff in it. That'd be, like, it, though, guys. Like, it's just, it's not really for me. Not my thing. It's never been my thing. I think plushies are cute. I'm actually not a huge fan of them. Like, some people just absolutely love plushies. And, like, that just brings them so much joy. And I respect plushies. I think they're cute. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't think they're ugly or anything. But I don't get the feeling that people talk about feeling about plushies like other people do. So, on top of the fact that I don't really feel like I have a passion for them, and then you just throw that into how complicated the whole process is, just hard pass, please. Thank you. In one stream, you went from never to I could do a little slime. See, one day in the future, Tomic's gonna have plushies. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. You can clip it. I don't think I will. I think you're wrong. I'd rather have, like, an actual toy of the slime than a plush. Like, one that's got little, like, liquid in it. Oh, that'd be cute. Like, a little squishy. Like, the little, like, sensory toys that they make. That'd be cute to have as my slime. Atomic Documiras. When? Never. Shoot, we don't have chicken. I wanted shredded chicken tonight. Oh, cracking the knuckles. What was the last one? Was it 45? No, I thought I had that one. 60. Okay. Alright, this is it. And then I can print and I can go potty. Gotta go to the bathroom. Also, I know this is a lot different than what we normally do, and I wasn't planning on doing a lot of, like, creating of sheets like this. I was definitely planning on doing more of, like, just, like, the printing, the cutting. I wanted to do button pressing, didn't have time to finish my buttons. So, again, learning process. We're figuring out what works, what doesn't. But I hope that it's still been pretty fun so far. Again, I love talking about this stuff. I find it incredibly fun, so I made what my family calls brown chicken. When trying to Google it, I realized it's called ayam kap. So why no one knew what I was talking about. I've never even heard of that. How do you manage to work so hard at Artist Alley and look so cute? Stop! A lot of delusion. A lot of delusion from me and other people. Alright, I'd like to put you all in a... Yeah, here we go. New layer folder. No! Do my bidding. Create folder and insert layer. There we go. Yeah! Way faster! Okay, we love a folder. Kind of sounds like Undertale music. It was almost a beautiful even number. I just can't imagine why I would need more of any of the other ones. Oh well. It's chicken in sweet soy sauce. That actually sounds really good. I'd eat that. All right, fam. Well, you guys know the deal here. I'm working on this, but if you want to play words on stream while I'm gone, smash that redeem. I'm gonna get up, use the bathroom, refill my water, which is almost gone. When I get back, we're gonna cut and stick and laminate. And all the things. It's gonna be great. Definitely need to do a button stream sometime. Just buttons. I have a question, but I gotta find the words for it first, though. That's good. Hooray for using the bathroom. That's what I know Star would want to ask. Okay. Good. I also try to like to print things that are all like the same type of printing, so I don't have to change my settings back. Gonna be good? Okay, cool. Well, you think about your question. I'm not seeing any redeems, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my break, use the bathroom, enjoy the slideshow while I'm gone, and just keep being adorable. I think you're all just little precious lovelies. BRB, okay? I don't know why, but my brain was just like, hit the end stream button. No, bad intrusive thoughts. I'm back. Hi, D Cruz. Hi, welcome back, Geekish. Wholesome pickup line of the day. By chance, are you a mathematician? Because I want to make you forget your ex and be the reason why. Swole will return with more wholesome pickup lines of the day. Thanks, Swole Tadpole. I love it. Bye, Atomic. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Oh, no, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I actually have a bagel here to eat, so now's a great time if you have some more questions. I'm gonna be sitting still for a couple of minutes while I nibble. I did want to just show you guys these. So the first time I printed them, they were actually a little light. So what I did was I just lined them up and I printed over them a second time to kind of like just get a little bit more vibrancy and to make the black a little darker, and it looks way better now. So I haven't really ever done the double printing in the past, but this worked well, so I'm actually wondering if I should just full laminate these. I didn't expect the stars to take up so much of a sheet. So don't let the intrusive thoughts win. If things stay unclear and long enough, do they become transparent? It's actually mixed berry cream cheese. Minnie has this weird thing with strawberry. They actually hate it. They loved strawberries as a... Okay. Derp, I'm going to answer that question. When I was pregnant with Minnie, fresh strawberries were the only thing I really craved. Had Minnie, they ate a lot of strawberry stuff growing up. They decided they didn't like strawberry anything as they got older. No fresh strawberries or nothing. Now in the last couple of years, they've kind of been reopening up to strawberry, but they still don't really care for artificial strawberry. So we get mixed berry. Whatever. I like strawberry everything. Strawberry is one of my favorite flavors. Strawberries and mango, I think, are my two faves. And melon. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, and lemon. What do I like better? I mean, obviously I would never just eat a lemon, but anyway, to answer Derp's question, if I sold out of a print, but I still have the display print to show what I have, would I sell the one if a customer really wanted it? That is a two-part answer. Most of the time, no. I would put a sold out sticker on it and leave it up. One time I did it because it was right at the bottom of my display, so it was super easy to get to, super easy to get off the wall. It was the last day, so I was like, fine, whatever. Also, again, if it's fairly easy to get to, it's not going to totally screw up my wall. And also, it's something that I'm planning on phasing out. I would probably just sell it. Because then it's just done. Who would eat a lemon, especially to celebrate making partner or something? That's crazy. Guys, if I get partner, I will smash an egg on my head. You heard it here first, folks. We'll never get there. I don't have to worry about it. Everyone, please like, share, do everything you can so we can get that egg smash. I didn't say what type of egg. to clarify. So that'll be a mystery. Your eggs. Woo, smash. Pretty much. I saw the emotes flying on my screen and I was like, did the cats get in? Because all I saw was like movement near me. Maybe a bit of a doozy of a question, but how do artists make and sell fan art at cons without getting in trouble with the company? Most of the stuff I see at vendors and Artist Alley are copyrighted or trademarked characters. How do artists find gray areas so the small businesses don't get a cease and desist? Ooh, man, that is in fact a loaded question. So, ultimately it boils down to if the companies care. Some companies care a little, some companies care a lot, some companies don't care at all. Loopholes. I don't know if I'd call it that. You don't have to apologize. This is actually a good question. It's something I didn't know until a little while back. I held Spree to her lemons for over a year. I didn't say what type of egg. Just clarifying that. Never said what type of egg. You guys won't know until the day comes. You can hold me to that. Disney will crush your soul. Don't fuck with Disney. Highly don't recommend. Yeah, like I know, as far as I know right now, Doki Doki Literature Club and Genshin, or like Hoyo, don't really mind fan art at all. They don't mind the sales of it, as long as you're not like mass producing it. Now, when people say mass producing, they're talking about like ordering like hundreds of thousands. Or if you just obviously take their artwork and sell it as your own, they may send you a cease and desist. I think Toby Fox from Undertale also is chill about it, but I'm not sure. The downside to that is that even if a company claims, oh, this is fine, you can make this, they technically have the right to change their mind at any time. Okay, so tomorrow, Genshin or Hoyo could be like, actually, we now have a problem with that. We're gonna send out cease and desist to everyone. Toby Fox encourages it. Thank you. I always wanted to know. No, we get to choose the egg. It will be a vote. I never said that. Pardon. Game Workshop is a victim of that. Even worse, they could be bought out by someone with a different policy and then they can retroactively change their mind. Yes, exactly. They go, well, I get to pick what you're voting on then. GW said no to fan animations, all animation. Yeah, so that's the downside of it. As far as things that are already copyrighted, a lot of the times companies don't feel like it's worth it to go after some of the smaller creators, especially to open up potential lawsuits. Now, that is also to say, though, that if you do receive a cease and desist, don't continue to sell that product. I know that Etsy gets a lot of, they now have like bots that will search like certain keywords, like Disney or Naruto, and they'll flag anything that has that. And then if you're not licensed through them, because you can be licensed through a company, Disney licenses people to draw their art. Remember the Pop Socket Smackdown? I don't, but I don't doubt it. I was not part of the Pop Socket world. Said no to lookalike models, fan art, and basically everything creative function except for their models to kit bash. That sucks. What does Games Workshop do? But like, I've received a couple cease and desists, and I know like Etsy, you can only receive 3 warnings. Technically 2, because I think it's like third strike, you're out. Before they will shut down your shop, and they will not let you reopen it. They will not allow you to reopen it, and I'm pretty sure if you try to like open it under a different shop name or like whatever. If they can link it back to you, they can shut you down again. Downsides to Etsy. Shopify, I've gotten a cease and desist from Shopify before. It's not as often though. Warhammer, gotcha. I kind of thought it was something along those lines. People selling custom pop sockets got hard cease and desist because they have patent on pop sockets. Oh, so you can't call your customers' phone holders pop sockets. Interesting. Okay. Wording. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that at all. Good to know. So, technically you're never really allowed to make fan art that's like trademarked or copywritten that doesn't allow it. It has become so commonplace and can be very difficult to argue because like if you draw a character that is like let's say I drew Nezuko, right? But I took the mouthpiece out and I put her in sunglasses and like a casual outfit, I could potentially argue like artistic interpretation. Oh. Dropped a couple of frames. Stop that. We've done so good all morning. Quit that. So, I think it's one of those things where it's like, conventions, it's way harder for them to shut things down. Some things are way more heavily policed than others. Like I know Inuyasha, what's the other big one I got hit for? Ghibli. Ghibli and Inuyasha are two big ones. Like Viz Manga will come for you. Wait, was it Viz? Or was it Viz that emailed me? I think it was Viz. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Viz Corporation. So, most of the time, you won't actually ever end up going to court, but they can fine you. They can take you to court if you, like, absolutely refuse to stop and continue to do it. I think they can only serve you a cease and desist, like, one or two times before they can legally, like, sue you. The chance of you being sued is super unlikely, because, like I said, that's a lot of money for them. So even though if they know they win, that's still a lot of time and money that they have to put forth for something where it's like, if we're only making $20 a year off of this item, then is it worth it to go to, like, a lawsuit over? No. Most of the time you send a cease and desist, most people are respectful of it, so. Like, people selling those Disney headbands with ears, Disney came down hard on them. Yep, now they just have to be called mouse ears. Now we're getting to the legal area of derivative work. I want to point out here, this is not legal advice. Get a lawyer if it matters to you. Agreed. Guys, I'm not a lawyer. This is just my experience with it. In my experience, technically, no, you're not supposed to be making fan art unless the company has given you permission to make fan art. And even in that case, that can later become not okay. The only way to be 100% safe, 100% of the time, I'll even say 99 because some people still might claim it as something else, but as safe as you can is to only ever do original work. Now, that is a very difficult thing to make your way in doing. Pretty much every single artist has had to pay dues in doing fan art and selling fan art at some point because it does bring in a huge crowd. It's a sad reality. Original art is becoming more appreciated, but it is not something that pulls in as much of a crowd as a character that you already like or something that you can relate to. That's why people like it. In Warhammer, there's a model called 5K to buy all the pieces of it. People got around 3D printing. I bet they got in so much trouble. Oh boy, that's so scary. That's so scary. Empire, War God, Martian, Giant, Robot. Googled my questions before back, said AA people don't care. They just want to pay their bills. I was like, that answer is more on a personal, ethical side, not the legal side, this stream is more helpful. Thank you. So yeah, so I guess like the short answer is it's never really okay. The long answer is the more ethical side of most of the time people can kind of get away with it as long as you're not a massive company or making, you know, millions of dollars or marketing to massive audiences. Some companies crack down on it way more than others. Some companies at this current time do not care or even encourage it because it helps promote their stuff. A lot of indie games really love fan art because it gets their game out there. It gets people interested in their game. And they just enjoy seeing it because they're also a small creator. So it is a complicated answer. You're always running a risk when you're selling fan art. I guess that's like a really easy way to say it. You're always running the risk of receiving a cease and desist, or I guess potential legal action against you. The likely chances of getting legal action is so incredibly low. I'm not a lawyer. This is just what I have learned from my experiences. If you want legitimate legal advice, please seek professionals to give you this information. I am just speaking from an opinion and my experience. Okay? Okay. If you get a C&D and just pull the item off, it's not worth the trouble on both sides. Exactly. Like, honestly, if you get a C&D, a cease and desist, I highly recommend just taking it down. I think I ended up, like, giving, because you can't, I don't think you can really get in trouble for giving away items, because it's free. So that'd be no different than me, like, drawing a picture of Mickey Mouse and handing it to you. Like, can't really get in trouble with that. So I did a lot of giveaway items. I did a lot of, like, freebies, to kind of move those items as well, but I hope the Gurren Lagann people love it. It's a gray area. I don't think it's really like something, I don't think they can really take legal action against, with you giving away something as a reward. Again, because it's no different than me just walking to somebody on the street and just handing them like a drawing of Pikachu. No one's gonna take legal action against you for that. Pokemon Uranium got in trouble. If you get onto larger scales, that's a little different. But for example, I believe in the realm of a cease and desist, if you were to pull the item off and then offer it as like a freebie with orders or a giveaway item, I don't see that as being like a huge issue. Again, not a lawyer, not legal advice. Just opinions. Just personal experiences. I hate eating on stream, but I have to eat. And I don't eat fast enough to eat on my break. Hi, Sean! I miss your stream so often, finally get a chance to catch one. Oh, I'm so happy too! How's life been? I was looking for characters. I noticed some companies do have rules out for the public, like Inner Sloth Among Us said one time limited run, no more than 100 units as enamel pin, charm, or similar items. Yeah, and some companies have it super clearly labeled. Some companies you have to email. Some companies don't have it anywhere, and it's really annoying. They don't respond to your emails, but you're welcome to ask. Not sure if this is related or not, but what kind of cut does a convention center take, if any? Actually, that's a really good question, because I feel like maybe a lot of people don't even know this information. Convention centers do not take a cut, necessarily. it's not like a percentage or anything. So each event will have what's called a table cost, and that table will come with a varying amount of things. It depends on the event. It depends on the organizers. Typically, this is the standard. Most events will give you either a 6 or an 8-foot table for a cost that includes 1 to 2 chairs and 1 to 2 badges. Okay? Badges. So when you go to a show, you pay for a badge. You pay for entry. It's been hectic but good. Had to move within a very short period, so that was stressful, but finally settled and unpacking. Yay! Well, I'm glad you got moved. Is it a happy move? Like, it sounds like it was a stressful move, but are you glad you've moved? Is it a better place? Was it just like you had to go? Any company can grant whatever license they choose. Those you can generally depend on. Yes, exactly. And licenses are totally different. Licenses are typically like agreed upon contracts where you can either like do a specific set of fan art, or you can do fan art for a specific set of time, or only of a certain character. It depends on the license. It depends on the contract. Licenses are like a legal thing. So that's totally different. And if you're licensed, then you get to do whatever is within the realms of your license and agreement. Yes, they can be blanket. You're right. Yes, for sure. Only downside is it's an apartment. Other than that, everything else is better. Yay! I'm so glad. How about badgers with mushrooms? Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. So the table fee is typically like the convention center's cut. And that's how they help pay for the space that they provide for you to be in, and for things like event staff to come in and set up the tables and the chairs and whatnot. Some events will not include any table. A lot of those tend to be like outdoor events where you have to bring like a tent and stuff. I don't really recommend outdoor events if you're the type of artist I am, okay? So like my media is like prints and like merchandise that I like mass produce. If you did do something like pottery, outdoor events, totally a feasible thing, okay? You get like a table, everything's kind of already weighted. You don't really have to worry about displaying a lot like a pie or anything, or winds too much. It just depends on what you're selling, but outdoor events for like what I do, no thank you. But most of those don't come with like a table or anything other than like the space, like a square footage. A snake, a snake. Oh, it's a snake. I missed that, yeah. When I was looking at events to vendor at, I noticed a cheaper and standard is 6-foot space. That's why I got the 6-foot table. The larger space is higher price. Yeah, also, that's something that people don't talk about that's becoming more common. It used to just be there was 2 different types of tables you could get, okay? And there used to be a really clear, definitive line there, and it's not so much anymore. It used to be artist alley and vendor and or exhibitor, okay? Depending on what they call it. Sometimes exhibitors covers all of that, but for the sake of this conversation, we're gonna talk about vendors and artists, okay? Artists are typically an artist alley, which is a special, typically sectioned off area of the marketplace or the exhibitor hall that all of the artists are in, and they're normally all kind of grouped together so everybody kind of knows what's an artist and what's not. Then there's vendors. Vendors are normally like your Funko Pop sellers, your figure sellers, your massive companies, your comic book stores, your DVD sellers. That used to be the line. You're either a vendor or an artist. Hanging prints from the ceiling. Atomic hates the outdoors, confirmed. I hate I don't like mosquitoes, okay? They're a problem. And wind is just not a friend of a print stand. So nowadays, with how things have shifted in the dynamic, because artists have gotten big enough to like really run, like larger scale companies need much larger spaces, some artist alleys only allow you to get like up to 2 tables, and some of these like bigger artists need maybe 3 or 4 tables worth of space to really effectively bring the things that they want to bring. So nowadays, artists can end up in the vendors and buying vendor spaces, which tend to be bigger, and in more premium spots, like by the front and whatnot. Not always, but I've noticed that. And then now in Artist Alley, we have different pricing as well. We've got corner booth pricing. So if you want to be on the corner, even if you're getting 2 tables, it's more expensive than 2 inline tables. So inline tables are 2 tables that basically you have a neighbor on each side of you, okay? If you have an inline table, you have a neighbor here and a neighbor here. If you're on a corner, you only have 1 neighbor. Or in some spaces, you have no neighbors. Maybe somebody behind you, depending on the setup. But neighbor, inline. So if you got 2 inline, let's say it was $100 per inline table, so that'd be $200 for 2 tables. But if you got a corner, since a corner is considered a premium space, that'd be $300 versus 2. And now some cons are even doing things such as offering premium locations where you can pay more to be guaranteed to be like by the front or like in a really good traffic spot, like by the voice actors. There's also things like some cons have stopped including, some cons don't include tables with their spaces. Some cons don't include badges. That's something I've started to see, is like where you have to buy the badges separately, which I think is bullshit, because it's like, you know, we're gonna have to buy the badge. We're already paying an arm and a leg to be here. Give us a badge, at least one. I understand that, like, because a lot of the times it'll come with like a table, 2 chairs, and 2 badges. That's actually pretty standard, or has been for a long time. But now I'm starting to see a shift where it's like 1 badge or no badges, where it's like, what the fuck you think we're gonna do? Just show up, like put a table down and just leave? Like, of course we're gonna have to buy badges. I feel like 1 badge minimum should be included with table pricing, unless the tables are incredibly cheap. That I could see being a fair counter argument if you really want to separate them. Sounds stressful. Conventions is not for the faint of heart. I love conventions. I love conventions, and I always speak highly about them. I do always recommend that people at least try them, but they are incredibly stressful, incredibly exhausting. They can be incredibly expensive depending on where you go. And these are all things you have to consider. I always recommend starting small. If you have something local where you don't have to worry about a hotel overhead, that is always ideal. That is always ideal for a starter con. 1-day events are also awesome. You don't have to worry about as much inventory. You don't have to worry about as much prep. And you get to go home at the end of the night. Like home, like you're done for the day. Downside to single day events is that you have to do setup and tear down all in a 24-hour period. That can be exhausting. Some events that come with badges make you pay for an extra badge. Yeah. I'm doing RodCon as an artist with 2 tables. I got 2 tables. I do not consider myself to a point where I would consider myself a vendor. When I start getting to a point where I have to have like a lot more merch and maybe have to start hiring employees to keep up with things, then I might move over to vendor side of things. But I'd have to be making a lot higher profit on average before I'm really comfortable doing that. Not to mention, I really do just love being in the artist alley. I enjoy getting to meet other artists. Vendors are nice, but they do tend to be a lot less like friendly and chatty, you know, and I get it. It's a camaraderie sort of thing. I ended up in the vendor hall for our local Comic-Con this year. And I was next to vendors. And I mean, they weren't mean or anything like that, but it felt very weird to me. And the vibe was different. Like, they weren't mean. They weren't rude. Everybody was very polite and respectful. Other than the fact that we did get boxed in. That sucked. Did not like having to cut behind people's booths or crawl under my booth to get in and out. If you are in an inline, guys, and you have the ability to leave a gap somewhere, leave a gap for your neighbors. No, not GalaxyCon. The one here where I live. The one that was in February, the one day. Yeah, 2 tables. I'm definitely getting more. I'm getting larger. I can still condense down to a single table setup. We're the point where it's like I'm realizing I don't have to bring everything every single time, but I prefer a 2 table setup at this point, especially with apparel, because I like to be able to lay my shirts on the table so people can touch and feel them. I do think that the touching and feeling thing, like what Saki was talking about earlier, having a physical item that people can pick up, hold, play with, you know, I think that that's like a really smart thing to do. Always having at least one physical example for people, whether it's blankets or apparel. And then doing order forms, like I said, is totally a fine way to handle it, especially if you can't get like a lot of quantities or if you didn't get your order in time or whatever. But I like to, because of that, lay my apparel on the table, and in order to do that, I need a lot of space. And I just like things to be like spread out and really easy to see, not crammed in. Can I say you are amazing, Atomic? You do cons with a 9-to-5 job and stream. You take care of your family. Hope when I'm reincarnated, I get a mom like you. You're so cute. I want to eat at the place you work at. I mean, you can. I won't serve you or anything. I don't serve. I do to-goes. I'll put together your to-go order. But I actually, just to clarify, I don't technically work a 9-to-5. Art is pretty much my primary job. So I would say, like, in order, it would be like art, streaming as far as like time consumption, and then like my day job, which is my restaurant job. So I probably put in 40-60 hours a week on art. Well, I guess if you cut out streaming from that, maybe more like probably closer to just like 40 hours a week on art, about 12 on streaming, and then I work, I don't know, 4 to 8, depending on if I pick up shifts, hours a week at the restaurant. So it just depends. Sometimes I work as little as 3 a week. Sometimes I don't work that week at all, depending on if I have a show or whatever. Like this week I have a show, next week I have a show, so I took that time off so that I had time to prep and I wasn't super stressed out, although I may pick up a shift next week. But with that being said, I'm not sure what's gonna totally happen with all the streaming stuff. I'm never gonna quit, obviously, but I may need to toggle my stream schedule a little bit to pick up a little bit more time at the restaurant coming up. Like I've said, Stealth and I are really trying to like kind of overcome some like financial stuff, and the economy has just been a freaking nightmare. And there's things that we want to do, you know, like, and Minnie's getting to an age where they're going to start needing a car, as long as a bunch of other things. So it's just something that I have to consider potentially doing to kind of like make up for some other areas. So I've been trying to avoid that, you know, compensating with commissions and whatnot, and I still plan on picking those up. However, I also don't want to like totally run myself ragged. All of it's like a very fun balancing act, but I definitely want to make my dreams come true, but I don't want to ever do it at the expense of like my family. So I will keep fighting the good fight, but I may just have to like move some stuff around, really. The economy. Fools! Lose one stability. Literally. Driving. Ugh, driving. Maybe I need to work where they sound flexible. When I work at a restaurant, they were not flexible. They didn't even allow us break, which is actually illegal in our state. Did you know it's actually not illegal to deny a server a break? In most states. I don't think it's illegal in our state at all to deny them a break. I think it's like frowned upon. I don't think it's illegal. Oh, our country's a mess. It's all on fire. I also just want to say that the place that I work, the restaurant that I work, I have worked there going on, I believe it's 8 years at the end of April. So I've worked there a long time. And my management was never happy with me cutting my availability. And a lot of places are really rude about it. They'll be like, no, you have to work weekends or you have to work these certain days. So finding a restaurant that's going to be flexible with that would be really nice. I've also had to work around like my work schedule and art stuff and streaming. I used to work 3-4 days a week, stream 2-3 days a week, and also go to school part-time and do conventions. So at least now I'm not in school or working at the restaurant as much. Well, they're tipped. They're tipped, so they're considered differently than regular paid workers. It's the same reason, apparently, like, we didn't get a raise this year on our hourly because we're now considered tipped workers. So I didn't get a raise this year for the first time in let's see, since I switched to to-goes, in 2 years. That's also why I switched to to-goes, because serving where I was, I had to carry heavy trays. My dominant hand is my right hand. That's also my art hand. I wear a wrist brace to work, and people are like, what's wrong with your wrist? I'm like, nothing. It's preventative care. Like, I'm taking stress off of my wrist by doing this. Because sometimes it does hurt after a shift, especially when I would be carrying trays. So, that's another reason why I wanted to pull away from serving, is to preserve my wrist. I may even insure my wrist at some point. That way, if I ever injure it somehow, I'll have some type of insurance paying for that and paying for me losing my primary source of income. Because I am not that ambidextrous, just a little. Mine is you have to work at least one day of the weekend. Yeah. You'd think more people would care about their not getting their food spat in. I would say I've never seen a server do anything gross to food. But also it's just like, in any business, if you care for your employees and treat them with respect, your employees will care about you and treat the company with respect. The difference, I went from my previous building, same company, same restaurant, went from one restaurant to a different location, okay, when I moved. Same job, everything. the way that I'm treated at this current location is the reason that I didn't straight quit and go find a new job. Like, they're so kind to me. They're so respectful. They're so, like, I mean, like, they don't financially reward me or anything, but they do constantly compliment me. Like, you do such a good job. Like, you're such a good example of customer service. Like, we love when you pick up shifts. Like, we wish you could work more. Like, that's, and acting like that, working hard, being there for a very long time, that's also a huge part of the reason that I'm able to have the flexibility that I have. I don't think that they would be as willing to work with me if I hadn't paid my dues and if I wasn't as good at my job as I am. But they see me as an asset, so they do not mind working with my schedule. So not only is it not okay to pay people below minimum wage, you can also skip their breaks. Awesome. Yep. Servers in my state get paid. Oh my God, what is it? $4.35 an hour, I believe. I have to look. Welcome to America. Trainers and managers from other states. So when they were here, they denied us break, got fined for it. I asked for a break, and my trainer said no. In Chicago, we go 12 hours without breaks. Yep. Months later, they got fined. Employees celebrated the restaurant downfall. Yep. My Fidela employee rights company have the right to a 30-minute lunch for every 7 hours of work in the state I'm in anyway. Let me look. Hold on. Are servers legally required breaks in my state? Wow. What kind of breaks are required under my state's law? My state has no laws mandating meal breaks for adults. An employer does not have to pay you for a break, which you are completely relieved of your job duties. Iowa law does not require meal or rest breaks. Oh, my state, I guess. Now you know. I guess that's really not a secret, but. No laws. None. None at all. No breaks. My job doesn't care if I take a day off, but that's because I'm efficient and I get stuff done to teach people to do the right things. Yeah. Hi, NB. Did I just walk into, and why does it sound like sadness? Bonjour. How is everyone today? Hi, Genesis. We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm eating and we're answering questions, and then I was gonna work on cutting some stuff, and then I'll probably wrap up for the day. But I can go a little long today because Minnie has after-school activities. In my state, under state law, employees are entitled to a period of 30 minutes per shift to eat a meal of unpaid. But it says that in our state, there is no state regulations regarding breaks for regular employees. Under federal law, the employers are not required to provide breaks. Like, legally, they don't have to. Well, it makes me rather happy to be in OKC other than the weather. Yeah. Well, we're good with some stuff. We've got some real clean water and air. Yeah, when I say cutting stuff, We printed these off earlier. We're convention prepping right now, so we've got price signs. Try not to let that fall on my cream cheese. We've got these bad boys. And these. I actually think while I am eating and chilling, I'm going to go ahead and before I get the paper cutter set off, I'm gonna get this printing some of my large prints. So earlier I was talking about I had a list. I'm gonna get on my knees. Oh gosh, sometimes that actually feels better than sitting in my chair. It like stretches out my spine. And then eventually my knees start to hurt. But so this is my prep list. I've already gotten done quite a few things, as you can see. Some of it is like stuff, like I didn't get a chance to finish my business card design. That's a long, sad story. Finishing the spring launch is really just finishing the Yume print. The sticker board, we're waiting on stickers for the charm display we still need to do. 4 new buttons, I'll likely just probably do 2 for the time being. Make a menu. So the things in gold were things that like absolutely had to be done. The things in gray were things that really should be done, but we could get by without doing. And then the things in white are things that I would like to do, but they are not necessary. And I need to update some of this stuff. So print large prints, print small prints. I didn't get a chance to go through my utility bin yet. I was thinking about doing that today. Working on that now. Okay, so we did print the new product signs. We printed the new price signs. We made the price signs. I mean, cutting and laminating, I don't think I need to necessarily put them on that list. Oh yeah, front and back signs. Okay. That's easy enough. Let's figure out what needs to be restocked here. So I should have a restock page. Okay, here's my restock page. Prints. Those are just the small ones. Well, I need to print Farina. So let's go back to the Kanpai prep. Clean water and air is a good start. Better than LA. Very true. Do you use double-sided tape or adhesive for something for your price signs? I do. Let me show you what I use if I have it up here to show you physically so you have an idea of what I'm talking about. Dear Bagel, I love you, but I don't want to eat you anymore. My brain has grown bored of you, so I'm going to just move you and eat you in a bit when you're nice and cold. Great. No, I guess it's not up here. It must be in our bins. The bins of bins. So it's called blue painter's tape. I recommend that over masking or scotch, although have scotch as well and duct because both will come in handy for different reasons. But duct is serious stuff. So I really would recommend having 4 types of tape on you at all time. Blue painters, scotch, gaffers, Gaffers, gaffers tape, preferably in black or white, a neutral color, but I prefer black. And duct. Duct you'll probably use the least amount of. But I use blue painter's tape. I like it because it is still very sticky without damaging things. So blue painter's is meant to stick really well and peel also really well. Unlike washi, which doesn't always stick really well or peel really well. So I love to put that on the back of my stickers. So that's how I do my sticker boards. So let me go big face. So I have a couple holes on here because we're waiting on some new stickers, but got sticker board here. And then this one, I still have to tape these, so I can't turn it. But all these are attached with blue painter's tape. so I can peel them off real easy. And then I just, you know, take them and stick them back on. That's also why I like this sticker paper on my foam board, because since it's technically sticker, it's like gloss. It's got like kind of like a lamination on it basically. So I can peel stuff off and move them around really easily. Unlike other scrapbooking paper, which is just like paper and will kind of get damaged over time. Atomic isn't in there. She likes how when she says she appreciates me, she's actually in Idaho. Very easy mistake to make. Why are you like this? I never see an American convention. I don't know the English word. I live in France. It's a soft country with rare anime, manga, game convention. You got Japan Expo and the Paris Games Week, but nothing else every one or two every 2 years. Jeez. I can't imagine. I love anime conventions. There's so many of them in America now. We have so many of them. It's crazy. So many, Riser. I love the Nymphali sticker. Eh? The what? No sé igualmente. Ah, sticker paper and blue painter tape. Yeah. So if you can find like the big sheets of like sticker paper, that's good. Or you could always try to like laminate your craft paper, or sometimes you can order that from companies like a glossy paper. I haven't experimented too much with that yet. That's all still kind of new to me. I used to use the metal grid and like hang things with like little clips and stuff for a really long time. So Fairy Eevee Evolution. I didn't know that had a different name. That's so crazy to me. We don't learn about other countries in America. We're trash. Big, hot, flaming trash. Okay, so I need to print Farinya. And then I will eventually need to print Yume. But, I don't think there's any other large prints I need to make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I'm gonna do 6 to start with this because I don't know how well Farinya is gonna do. I'll need 1 for the book, 1 for the wall if I put it on the wall, which I don't know if I will or not. Now I have to change all the settings. And then I gotta see if there's any other prints I need to make that I am totally forgetting about. I feel like I'm forgetting one. But maybe I just really haven't done any illustrative work much this year. Americans go on vacation in America. That's because it takes us 12 hours to get anywhere in America still. You can go to Texas and drive for 10 hours and still be in Texas. We're a mess. The Midwest still includes places that are 10 hours away. Oh, I wanted to turn Tanari into a print. I could try to turn the Zealous print into a picture into a print. What do you guys think of that? You think I should try printing Zealous? You guys probably don't know what that is. This piece I did. I used the blue painters on the foam board. Geekish. So same thing. I do have to cut it to make it the size I want. I have to cut it down a little bit, but Just blue painters it right to the foam board. And if you either send it out or print it yourself, you can make like your own custom layouts for things. I just haven't yet because I feel like for stickers, because they're also like varied in sizes and shapes, like I don't really want to have like a set spots for my stickers. I feel like it would work really well for my charms, but I have a rotating pegboard for my charms. So maybe my enamel pins? But other than that, I don't see the point in making a custom board for anything. California's 11th biggest economy in the world? Wow. Yeah, and Australians don't understand how small it is. Each state is effectively its own country town. Wow. Wait, are you saying, like, America is so much smaller than Australia? That's what you're saying, right? Because we are, aren't we? I think Europeans don't understand how big America is. Each state is I mean, how could they really understand it? Like, it's a totally different, like, concept stuff. Contiguous USA is about the same size as contiguous Australia. Very, very roughly. Okay. Yes, but Australian ecosystem want you dead! That's not wrong! Many things in Australia will try to kill you. That's why it's better to not go outside, right, Razu? It's close. I think America's a bit smaller, though. Problem with the US is you devote like 99% of your land area to cars and then wonder why you can't afford to pay for them. Listen, I don't like it. I want public transport so bad. Give me public transport everywhere. I don't ever want to have to drive again. If it was up to me, I would never drive anywhere ever again. I don't like driving. Okay. I so am tempted to make this into like a big print. I think this is still one of my best, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, showcase of my skill set? Most advanced pieces? I don't know. I'm so proud of this one. It turned out so damn good. Maybe could have done better a little bit with the contrast in the background, but whatever. How do? 99% of our land area in a desert. Yeah, the Midwest has it all. Go to the Midwest, you can have snow, rain, 90 degrees, a hurricane all in one day. Well, 1 week maybe. This one started a war with birds and lost. Hey. Involuntary emu grazing. Emus. For Australia. Fun fact, emu is the only animal who will win a war against human race. Okay. So, Farina. Potentially this one. And potentially Tanari. Where is Tanari? Oh, Tanari. Oh, there you are. I wonder if this photo is high enough quality, though. I don't think it is. I'd have to make a better photo. I will debate making that into a print. This one I'm still not sure about. What do you guys think? Do you think print? Yes? No? No? Yes? Question mark? I don't think there's anything else I can turn into a print other than like previous Patreon rewards. Sad. I need to do more illustrative work, guys. I think the problem is that I love the simplicity of like merch work. But I also think I've just realized that I just don't think I'm a heavy renderer. I think I prefer simple shading. I look at a lot of the pieces that I'm into and they're all very simply shaded. Emus won against Australia, I believe. China lost to an animal as well. So I asked one of my Australian friends how their emu overlords are. He knows I'm joking though. I don't know, I could clean it up. Be a lot of white space. I don't know about this. I'll wait on it. Fun fact, the US loses $2.5 billion a year to damages from feral hogs. We didn't start and lose a war with them. No, but God, pigs are so gross. I'm sorry. Pigs are the one animal that I just am really not into. You love pig. Nope, disagree. Sorry. Agree to disagree. Okay. Switch this to 11 by 17. Glossy photo paper. Rear tray. Thing is flipped. That is good. This needs to be further out. There we go. As far out as it goes? Yeah, okay. Borderless, yes. Okay. Oh, I'll need to print a thing for her. Okay, add that to the Kanpai prep. So we've got Farinya and Yume. Put that underneath this as a subcategory, and then... curses! We need to print new print labels? Yes. I will have the Yume print done by this, though. Oh, I need to add those to the Shopify. Okie doke. I'll just keep finding new things. Add new prints to Shopify. Fix Shopify. Fix Zettel. Fix Zettel. Convention apparel inventory. Then apparel inventory. Okay. So much to do, so little time. And that's kind of the downside to con prepping, is that like you have this list, and then as you go, you start to realize that you've missed so many things, and then you just keep adding things. I like pigs enough, but they'd eat me without a second thought, so I don't feel bad about eating them. You can use a helicopter with a machine gun. It's not declared war. Steaks are also good. So is crackling and bacon and, you know, most kinds of pig. I'm gonna buy you a pig atomic as a pet. You'll love them like I do. I will set them free in a field very far from me. If you want to get me a weird pet, get me a squirrel, get me a fox, or get me a goat, or get me nothing at all. I would even settle for a sugar glider. Although they pee on you when they like you, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. Piglet is fine. I don't know Gravity Falls at all. I'm so sorry. I have nothing against it. I just have not seen it at all. I have never seen a mini pig do tricks, no. Mini pigs bother me less than all other pigs. Don't set it free, bring it to a butcher. Oh my god, no! I don't want any of those. You don't want any of those. They're all high maintenance. I don't know, I feel like a squirrel would be great. Then again, guys, like Stealth and I definitely dream about having a pair of ferrets in the future. We literally talk about it all the time. We've even considered giving up potentially having a dog ever to have ferrets. I think I can start printing. Let's do a test print first. I'm worried that I need to clean like my printing head, and I don't know how to do that. Back, hi Flend. How was your appointment? Was it bad? Was it good? Are you okay? I mean, mini pigs are still like 200 pounds. I'm talking about the teacup ones. If an animal weighs more than me, I don't want it. And no, I don't want a horse. Ever. A pet skunk? Can I ask why? I also actually don't really like cows. Like, I don't even really think they're cute. Even the fluffy ones, they're okay. They're all very mid to me. I never really look at a cow and go, oh, look at the cow. I just go, oh, okay, it's a cow. We good. We may have a return. Hooray! That's awesome. I hope we also have a return. Cries. Teacup pigs are just budwords for people who want to buy, believing they won't get big. Yeah, my friends told me a story about their friend who, I think it was like Facebook or Craigslist or something. They were told that they were getting a teacup pig, okay? Right? Totally told they were getting a teacup pig. Bought the pig. It was tiny, right? They're like, oh, it's a teacup pig. Great. Grew up to be a full-size, I don't know how big they normally get, but a full-ass pig. Full-ass pig. No half-ass pigs. Only full-ass pigs. Okay. I will likely want to laminate these first, except for this one, which I can cut now. But if I'm laminating, I'm going to need this table for lamination. Oh, okay. Get all my lamination stuff. Gotta let it warm up. Maybe I'll let it warm up and then I'll move it back over. Just gotta find somewhere to freaking put it. Oh, it always smells bad. Not good. Move the flammable glue far, far away from it. These. I don't know what those. Oh, I know what those are. Those are silicone work mats. Why have I not been using those? I'm gonna use those for paint. I still want one of those nice ones that has like the little tiny palette in it though. Those are so cute. I'm sorry I'm missing all of chat right now. I'm plugging things in. Please hold. Alright. Good morning. I see that you said you're ready, so let's warm you up. Okay, red light means cold. See, I told you it takes an excessively long time. A potbelly? Probably. Still haven't heard you save. I will come through this screen and save your kneecaps from me chewing on them. What else have I missed? Atomic, have you considered getting a pet keyboard? A lot of people think a pet mouse is cute, but I'm really more of a fan of keyboard. You're funny. / timeout Razu. Never never fall for teacup anything. Either they're straight lying or they're selling you a purposely unhealthy animal. Yeah, I'm not a fan of teacup breeding in general. Potbelly, wasn't it? Probably. It was a potbelly. Gets to 150 to 250, so that's what they probably got. And they're so tiny when they're little. They're so small. We got this, Atomic. Everything will be okay. Something will be okay. Your shelf life. Shelf has so much personality. Thanks, gerbil energy. Kune pigs are pretty cute, though. I don't even know what that is. A drinky drink. I could probably use one of those. Ever-growing list of crap to do. Like, I checked off like 4 things and I added like 7. Okay, so this is the final product of my printer. I think it looks pretty good. It dries fairly quickly. I like to use the satin paper from Red River Paper, which is really similar to the Canon Semi-Pro, but it's a lot cheaper and I can get it in bigger size variances. Finding 11 by 17 in specialty paper can be a little bit of a challenge. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and cry because we don't have enough tables in this office. Although we do, we just don't. Okay, so that looked good, so we can print off multiple copies of that. So let's get that working. Let's print off the, I believe it was 5 more. Fuji 5000, we may have to replace our photocyan, but that's fine. We have more. You should save it. I should. You know what you should do? Have you considered shutting up? Just a thought. My cousin has adopted 3 potbellies and a male gored her leg. No, thank you. No, thank you. On the flip side, by the end of this, I may have no sleep, but all of my branding should be really cohesive. Who needs sleep? I don't even have a file to save, me friend. I'm going to refund you every single one of these. We're going to fight. Where are they? Where are the save redeems? Reject, reject, reject. Pause. It looks great. Thanks, baby. I did, but I decided it was not for me. She's a zookeeper. She said being attacked by an otter was worth it. Wait, otters attack? I love otters. They're one of my favorites. I love otters. Oh no. What's warm? What am I feeling? Oh, it is my PC. Okay. That's fine. PC-chan. Okay, well, that's warming up. We'll work on something else. We don't like to waste time. This is my guillotine. I love this thing. I actually started out kind of luckily having one because mi madre used to do the small business thing. I come from a funky family. I ended up 50% like my mom, 50% like my dad. My dad was a server until the day he retired. Also a butler. Weird. So he was a server for like, oh gosh, what was it? 18 years or something. Longer. I don't know. He worked for one restaurant for like 18 years. He served forever. He worked in the food industry. Probably where my love of food came from. And then my mom was originally a musician and then ended up becoming a metaphysical specialist. I think is probably the best way I can phrase it. So she wasn't like a psychic per se, but she did astrology readings. She did love and destiny reports, if you guys even know what that is. That sucked. Okay, that's why we have scissors to fix our mistakes. I shouldn't have even cut the sides. I should have just left them. Should have left that little bit of white. No one would have cared. Why am I caring now? No one's gonna notice the sliver. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. That's fine. It's not a big deal. And then, she also did some pyramid schemes. And, I don't know. Some other little random things. Otters can be very aggressive. She worked with giant river otters, so probably meaner than the little ones. Yeah. Otters are so cute. Just don't look up documentaries. Oh no, why? Oh, yep, I knew it. Our sweet, sweet photocyan. Oh, are we already warmed up? Oh my gosh! Go, my little lamination machine. You have the best timing. Okay. First, let's put our sticker on. I did it, by the way. Look. I made a bin. It's the best I could do, Allie. People can flip through the prints, and this is gonna be the discount box, and it's like kind of sturdy, so it stands up. People can kind of browse through, but they're all still kind of protected. I didn't want to make it too low because I didn't want them flopping over the edge, and B, I didn't want it to be too obvious what was in here. I want people to like want to kind of like look through it, you know. I am still streaming. Are you still streaming? Not Minnie's got crap after school today. They're doing a thing with like a school play talent show type thing. Talent showcase, I don't know. So I have a little longer I can go. And I'm having so much fun and getting work done. So why would I not spend extra time with you when I'm not going to see you guys for at least a week? So sad. I just got off work. I have to run my aunt's car to my cousin. Gotcha. We okay there, buddy? Get your shit together? I did everything I was supposed to do. It's your turn now. There you go. So, yeah. I'm gonna get this centered here. It's not a super pretty box, but it'll do the trick for now. Okay, now is gonna be the tough part of just not royally screwing up placing this sticker. Ugh. See, I'm worried. See that? That's not good. That means there's something going on. Hopefully it's nothing. I'm gonna look at the other three now, super close. Hopefully it's nothing. Maybe it's just the type of paper I'm using. I don't know. Nope. Nope. Okay, we've committed. Well, I have a bubble in the middle. It's okay, we're flattening it. Well, it's an itty bit crooked, but I think I'm gonna be the only person who can really tell. It looks fine. I wish I could get a little closer, but like my printer's right here, and if I get too close, I'm gonna smack into it, but maybe I'll rotate my table. I guess I could move it a little closer. There we go. It looks alright. I'm like looking at it in the camera to like see what it looks like from afar. How are people going to see this from a distance? It looks nice. I think it looks nice. I love this branding! Oh my god, I'm so happy about it! Oh, I'm so proud of myself. it's like I wasn't totally sure the direction I wanted to go with things, and then slowly things just kind of organically evolved, and now that I feel like I've kind of like figured it out, God, I just love it so much. Oh, Allie, you know what we should do? I should mock up that table runner with this new galaxy pattern I just made because it's a lot more vivid. Ooh, I'm gonna do that and send it to you at some point. Maybe not tonight or tomorrow because we're in massive con crunch, but I bet that would look pretty. But oh man, with that clash, not if maybe if I put a white border on it. I don't know. Like the sneak peek of the print in the veranda saw. Thank you. See 2 emergency foods on cam. Well, you're driving, Star. Drive safely, love. Okay, so we got lamination Chon. Oh, it's buzzing. Okay, I gotta remember how this fucking thing works. It's great, but it's it's great, but is that right? No. Stay up. Aren't you supposed to stay up? Aren't you supposed to be my little... Come on, buddy. You're supposed to... Are you doing something wrong? Why are you sad? You're supposed to stay up. Shit. It's broken. It's supposed to clip? Did I break something? Oh. Oh no, I think one of my clips broke off. Oh no. Oh, they totally did. Oh no. Shoot. Whale. Huh. Well then. Let's be creative. What is it? It's, are you talking about the galaxy thing, or are you talking about my little laminator? It broke my light! Yep. Wouldn't be an atomic stream if something didn't break. You're not wrong. Maybe I can just grab, like, a plushie to hold it up. Right? Like, that seems like a logical conclusion point. A little too tall. I need like a happy medium between these two. Or like one that's slightly smaller. I guess I could just put it like that. It's not perfect, but I think that'll do. Only a little bit difference, right? Oh my god, now it won't even... That's fine. That's fine. Plushie Chan will hold it up. Maybe not the pure white one. Oh, let's use the derpy little black one. Derpy guy. He's so cute though. Laminator, gotcha, yeah. This is my laminator. It's not expensive by any means. I mean, I guess $40 isn't exactly cheap. It's still an investment in my business, but... So this is just the Scotch brand. And you take these little sheets, and then you lose your stuff. There it is. You take your little item, and you find out how this opens, because it opens from one side. Here we go. Opens up like this. And I'm so glad it's got like instructions right here on the thing, because Lord knows I would probably have forgotten. I'm gonna have to triple check all of these to make sure that there's no ink smears on any of them. I have so many concerns. So far, so good. This should be the last. Nope. God damn. Forever! This is 5 prints! No, you're cute! No, you! I'm just a little bisexual bean. Little Babin. Okay. So, place item inside pouch. Check. Insert edge of pouch into laminator. So the edge is the little part that didn't pull apart. Seal in laminator and enjoy. What does release mean? Oh wait, I feel stupid. No, I don't know what that means at all. I don't even know what the release button means. I don't know what half of these mean. You can tell I really read through the information. Okay. That's good. And then, just kind of slowly feed it in. And it just sort of slides in. Eats it. Shoot, I need some heavy. Some heavy. Box of apparel. This'll do. Not as heavy as I would like, but. Because then what I like to do. Not the release button? Yeah. When it's all printed, I like to just put something heavy on it to make sure it gets nice and flat while it's warm. God, you're so similar to me when figuring out stuff. It's like we're so much alike. It's like we have things in common, imagine. Crazy. Having a hard time focusing on the blank design. I need encouragement to finish. Sent you the piece in Discord. Is it the one I'm thinking of? This thing. Oh, it's looking so good. Finish it. If you finish it, I'll give you metaphorical head pats. Oh gosh, excuse me. Please. It looks so good. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Got some invested in my box of heavy things. Okay. And now we have something that is nice and laminated. See, I wonder why it's doing that back edging on some of it. I need to figure that out. I bet I have to do something like clean my printing head, but again, I've never done that. It's all part of the journey. All part of the journey. Finishing it tonight. I challenge you. I challenge you to finish it tonight. Sound alert is for Allie. Just do it. Yes. I believe you got it. You can do it tonight. All right. Now we've got our cute little pricing stars. Let's laminate a couple more things. Man, it is nice and warm in my office. I am loving it, but it makes me kind of want to take off my hoodie. I feel kind of bad, like, using so much of this paper that, like, is just gonna get cut off for lamination, but sadly there's no real way to, like, break these down into, like, smaller things. Unless I were to cut them all out and then make them all into one thing, but I'd have to make sure they'd all fit. And I don't think they would all fit. I think I would be a little shy on space. Which originally I was like, well, I'll just put the stars in. But yeah, sorry. Unnecessary story time. Sorry, that wasn't me, like, actually wondering if I was doing it right. That was me, going off on a completely different brain pathway. Because that 100% does happen all the time. It's also a little bit easier to laminate when they're all, like, congruent like this, like on one sheet of paper. Sometimes otherwise, like, you get maybe occasionally like some weird bubbles or things shift around funky. You have to worry about that. Laminate shake sound? The weebly wobbly sound? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Just a baka. And Jaeger. Oh my gosh, I could just use this. Way smarter. Way easier. Just use this. I just made this. It's heavy. It's flat. All done? Flat. Yay! Limited piece, move it back and forth like wobble it. Take a laminate. Oh! That's the most sound it makes. It doesn't make like the whoop, whoop, whoop. This is the best I can do. Hold it from both sides. I don't know what ASMR shit you want. You're very needy. All right. And we did two. Woohoo! Last one. And Farina is done. Oh, I don't think I've reformatted Farina to be in the small print, so that'll be just one more thing to worry about. But I could go ahead and get started the other small prints that I did need to reprint. My office smells like burning plastic. Doo-dah, doo-dah. What happened to my candle? It's still burning. It's not burning through the melted plastic smell. I don't like it. It smells so strong. Okay. Maybe I've gone nose blind to it. I don't know. Okay. Prints. We're done. Her. Plop. Other paper. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are we backwards? 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now you can get turned off. I'm done with you, at least for the time being. Thank you, Small Catchon. Mwah. You are so helpful. Good employee. Employee of the month right there. It is stealth. Taking care of the pup. No Atomic ASMR ever. I am not an ASMR girly. ASMR. let that cool down over yonder. While I continue to struggle with space! Sorry. Make sure these are all facing the right side. The downside of this paper is that if you print on the wrong side, it will not absorb the ink at all. At all. Like, not even days later. I've tested this theory. And it looks real funky. So, I have to be very cautious of that. I have freaking stuck in my head so badly right now. So badly. Actually, I think I'll have to do it like this still. I'm basically living blocks away from my cousin for nearly a year. Didn't know it. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Who's gonna burn down the house? I promise. I have that song stuck in my head all the time. Not the high quality of laminate. It needs to be a bigger piece of paper. Yeah, sorry. Low quality laminate ASMR. Reprint was Panty and Stocking and Kingdom Hearts. Okay. I'll need to make Farina small later, so I'll add that to my list. Resized small Farina and you may print. For every one thing I check off, I have to add 3 things, I swear. Okay, there's Kingdom Hearts. Groovy. Doing 5x7. Semi-gloss. Borderless. Paper flap is closed. Rear tray. Test print. Let's go. Bought a laminator earlier this year. It's something I can laminate my photos, stickers, and bookmarks. Yeah, absolutely. Laminators, I feel like, are a nice little low-cost investment. Oh, that's another super cheap thing you can try, but I will say I don't see them selling a ton, is bookmarks. Bookmarks. Good little starter product. Fairly easy to do, especially if you don't invest a ton of time into, like, bookmark-specific designs, but yeah. Welcome home, Star. Snacker. I also love snacks. Big fan. Oh, also, just as a heads up, we're super low on my Know You enamel pin. So if that's something you've been wanting, I'm not planning on restocking it. You may consider grabbing one. Okay, Stealth, I'm starting to understand why you push these in. Maybe that was a better idea. They're not that pointy in the back, so that's nice. Thank you, Crystal Vortex, for the follow. You have 2 questions. I have 2 answers. Also, feel free to use the channel point redeem if you don't want everything to get lost. Okay, that looks good. Let's print a few more. Let's do 4 more. The little ones print really fast. The big ones just take forever. I'm fine with doing print, like small prints at home all the time. Am I a first-time chatter here? You are. We use the same bookmark for years. Yeah, Pringles is my go-to snack, and black grapes. I love Pringles. Pizza Pringles are one of my favorites, and the salt and vinegar. Salt and vinegar Pringles are my favorite type of salt and vinegar chips. We lived pretty close, didn't realize how close. I do have quite a few bookmarks. Most of them are like free or the little magnetic ones. I like the magnetic ones a lot. Okay, that's working. Let's get to cutting. I mentioned I was gonna be cutting, so we're gonna chippity chop. Chop till we drop. Can we do it this way? We can. I'm gonna go ahead and do it this way. Okay, so that I can be a little closer to you guys. I just want to be close to you guys. I don't know if being closer or farther away is better, but if I'm farther away, well, I guess I can tuck this in now. So we're just doing baby prints. So, whatever. Quality and chip, yes. Are you a Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, and Crisis Core fan? I like Final Fantasy. I have not played any of the remakes. I played the original, and I loved Advent Children. My laminator has a cold and hot setting, so I can use the self-adhesive laminating and the laminating for the laminating. Oh, that's awesome. That's a cool sounding laminator. Have you tried the salt and vinegar almonds? No, but I want to. Almonds are a little hard for my teeth. I have crappy teeth. One, because of personal choices, and two, because, well, okay. Personal choices. I smoked for 12 years. It did not do any favors to my already poor genetic teeth. Oh, I can just feel my blade crying every time I do that. So, I don't smoke anymore. I have been cigarette-free for 7 years in May. I've been nicotine-free for 7 years later this year. I think in maybe November. September. But, well, I guess I shouldn't say nicotine-free. I've puffed on vapes here and there, and I have no idea if they had nicotine in them, but I have been, like, vape-free, I guess. Bitch. I know, Blade Chan, you don't like this. I'm sorry. But I have really bad, genetically bad teeth as well. Like, my family has a history of just not having great teeth. Bitch. Okay, not too bad. So many things can go wrong at this point. I'm gonna do that by hand. I wanted to keep a little bit more of that black border, but I guess not! I gotta go slow. The thicker stuff. Dirty. I know. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is done. Like I said, little ones go fast. Broke my teeth on pizza. I can share your feelings with crappy teeth. Ow! Literally could walk to his house. Wow, that's nuts. Ooh, Atomic, good job. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Test print. So, I can't eat anything that's like super, okay, I can eat things that are hard, but it's not pleasant. And I'm always a little scared I'm gonna hurt my teeth. Even bacon, if it's like a little bit of a harder bacon, makes me a little nervous, so it's what it is. I'd rather have teeth than have bacon, so. The only thing that I really miss with my crappy teeth is jerkies. Jerkies are just like, they're a great snack. They're high in protein, low in calories. They're easy to take with you. They're tasty. They're salty. But, and I used to love eating squid jerky a lot. A lot. But It's not that they are hard on my teeth, but they are just painful. Painful to eat. And I don't like being in pain. My brain, as soon as it starts, like, if my teeth start hurting while I'm eating, my brain just starts sending sensors of like, okay, we're done. And we're done with the food. So. And I guess Minnie did have performance practice after school. They said they weren't sure. And that they'd call me if they did not. They have not called me, so I'm gonna assume that they did, in fact. Alright. And now we've got these beautiful... Oh, and that's done. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah. Okay. Dude, you have a guillotine cutter. I do have a guillotine cutter. Small town problems, Lamo, not knowing your cousin lives like a block away. And your dentist is in your class. My dentist is in my ceramics class. That's precious. Oh, now they're calling me. Alright, please hold. Or wait. Okay. So, no practice, but I guess there might be D&D tonight at their buddy's place, so they're gonna call me if they need a ride. Yeah, I have to go slow. Okay. And if they don't need a ride... Ooh, that feels so scary. Yeah, I just think I have to do it. Oh, that's so long. Okay. And if they don't need a ride, they're gonna text me. So what I think I'm gonna do effectively here is I'm gonna finish cutting this and the stars. And then I think we're gonna go find someone to raid. I think. D&D night, yeah! You also have an emotional support dog and box water overall. Oh my god, sounds like a great... Hold on. He even put the patient notes, Same, I've had my tongue hurt and I went to No More, yep. Patient notes, the hygienist, and I had something to talk about. Aww. Emotions. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I want to go to your dentist. Love how kids are openly into D&D and anime these days. Not all of them. There's actually... And honestly, guys, the biggest thing that I think is weird is, like, the misconception of furries and furry culture in this day's society. I hear, like, full-ass grown adults talking about it. Like, parents. I was getting my hair done a while back. And one of the other, like, moms, was like, said something, they're like, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, maybe they're, like, a furry or some shit. And I just, like, was, like, respectful, because, like, I know a lot of them, because I'm also, or I shouldn't say I am. I was a licensed cosmetologist for a long time. I'm just gonna shut that for now, so I don't whack it and hurt it. And... So, like, they know me at this point. I'm typically there for, like, ever when I go get my hair done and shit. So, I am no stranger to the salon. So, it's like, it wasn't that weird, but I was like, respectfully, do you even know what a furry is? And they're like, I don't know, it's like somebody that just likes to, like, have sex with animals, right? Like, they're into them. And I'm like, no! No! That's absolutely not what that is! They're like, well, they like to, like, dress like them, right? And I'm like, sort of? But also no? Like, it's complicated. Ice Park, thank you so much for 37 months! I love it! Thank you, love! Sister would have smacked me if I mentioned anime in public. Yeah. That's totally different than the first thing, people. I know. And they were like, I don't know, it's just some, like, weird freaky shit. And I'm like, it's not, though. Like, it's just people who are into, like, animal looks and I can't say that word. You know what I'm saying? Stupid speech impediments. Suck at saying words sometimes. Frickin' lisps and shit. But, yeah, they did not understand it at all. But they were, like, so quick to, like, dog on it, like that furry shit. And people see that all the time, like, kids at my, I don't like to talk too much about my kid, because that's their personal life. I don't want that to be on the internet for them forever, so I try to keep it pretty brief, or keep it pretty, like, at home to, like, parenting stuff. But one thing I will say is that they told me that they have a class hamster, right? Thank you, spelled correct. Yes, exactly. And the hamster, when they were holding it, ended up crawling up their sleeve. And then they, like, got it out, like, a minute later, because it, like, tickled, and, like, we're holding it, and they were like, no. But then, like, their classmates were like, oh my god, did you see that? They, like, totally put the hamster in their clothing on purpose. They're, like, super into it. They're a furry, so they were probably, like, turned on by it. And yes, I will always use that voice when talking about people who are stupid in middle school. Just let people have fun. Agreed. 100% of the fandom are weird and gross ones. We don't talk about them. Yeah, we don't talk about the underage shit in anime. We try not to. We want it to go away. They really liked Animorphs in the 90s. Maybe this generation is against furries, while the one before was against anime, pretty much. That's what most fandoms, that there is a portion of just creepy and weird. Just leave them be. Wow, I know, right? It's not Lemmy Wings from South Park, for fuck's sake. That's a reach. Let me punt some kids. For real. The hamster likes to sit in my hoodie's hut. Well, you're obviously a zoophile. Ah! I can't. For reals, though. Like, it's so wild to me. Also, I'm gonna clean up the little edges, but look at how nice those look. Oh, I'm so excited. And since they're laminated, I can throw some tape on them and, like, stick them to the table or stick them to my signage, and it'll be awesome. My display, that's what I meant. That is the signage. Damn it, had I known! Kim Jong flew fly. Hamsters and hoodies is the gateway drug. Paper cutter looks real nice. Thank you! Yeah, this is X-Acto brand guillotine cutter. This was one of the little bit of more expensive. I think this was like $80 on sale on Amazon. I 100% feel like it's worth it. I use it literally all the time for all the things. I love my paper cutter, but there are more affordable options. These are not lined up. Ruh-roh raggy. This is why I was like, I don't need to use a friggin' ruler. It'll be fine. It's not. I'm gonna cut these by hand. It's fine. I had to cut most of them by hand anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. I have a small straight edge cutter that can also crease paper. See, that's nice. I do feel like sometimes like having the like little straight edge like with the movable blade would be handy for certain things, but furries are usually financially stacked, so people should step up. Agreed! Furries are funding commissioners' lives! I constantly have made the joke multiple times that I'm gonna hit the road and become a furry artist to make ends meet. It's mostly a joke. But no, it's crazy. It's crazy the misconceptions. But even now, like, even though people think anime is cooler now, there's still so many things that they're so blech about. Like, so black about. Like, apparently calling people emo is still an insult. Being gay is still not cool. I know some of you may think that that's not true, but it is. There are still people at my kids' school that tease them for being gay. There are still people in middle school who are, I mean, I guess racism's everywhere, and sexism. Middle schoolers are awful, though. But yeah, even though anime is more common, there are still so many things that people do not understand about the culture. If a furry can afford... What does that say? Oh! I got so excited to read it. I knocked everything on the ground. I haven't gotten a text. No. What did that say? If a furry can afford a 3K suit, they can afford a $10 pipe to my mailbox. Oh my god. Emo is an insult coming from someone who is an emo. Yup. A sad reality. Speaking of anime, apparently Crunchyroll is hiring for a social media manager if anyone wants to be a professional otaku. Yeah, back in my day, we were called otakus. We didn't know what that weeb shit was. Yeah. Screw Crunchyroll. Their customer service is the worst I've ever dealt with in my life. Yeah, I've heard. Basically, he's saying that if they can afford that much on a fursuit, they can afford to make you disappear. Sorry, I'm just paraphrasing. Imagine being straight. The cackle that came from Gabe when you read his message. Oh boy. I'm gonna sit here quietly and just cut things while we hang out for a minute. And then I'm gonna go and find someone to give all of our love to and affection. So, yeah. It's crazy the stuff that's still like just widely not accepted, which just seems so stupid to me for a lot of it, but furry I think is this day and age's anime. Like instead of like, are you into that Sailor Moon shit? It's the, are you into that furry shit? Nothing will ever make me laugh more though than my friend posting on Facebook a picture of her kids dressed up for Halloween. And she's like, my son is dressed as blank, and my daughter is dressed as some character from the anime they like. The kid is like 6, and the character is Nezuko. First off, you don't even know the name of the character that your kid is watching. Unhinged, that's like a flight thought. Oh, I've tried to make them tried to explain to them my pronouns, my mom, so many times. She just goes, they? Do they have a mouse in their pocket? Like, mom. I'm gonna have to bow to stream. Stuff I gotta do. Sounds good, Razu! My mom helped me make a Naruto cosplay when I was 12. She may be clueless, but she's supportive. Hey, at least your cosplay wasn't of people being eaten and brutally murdered. I feel like Naruto was still kind of like a safe anime. There was some fighting, but... Demon Slayer! I mean, I've got people being like, yeah, my kid likes to watch Attack on Titan. I got him some Eren Yeager stuff. And I'm like, how old is your kid? They're like, I don't know, 4 or 5. I'm like, oh, good. Have you let them play Resident Evil? I hear that's fun for that age range. Some anime. Quite some anime. Some anime. First anime was Wolf Strain. My first anime was Ranma 1/2. There was titties. Like, I guess I should say my first non-mainstream anime. When we're talking about anime, I always assume that we're not discussing Pokemon, Sailor Moon, or Dragon Ball Z. Talking about anything that wasn't, like, super mainstream. That's what I consider, like, my first, like, anime. Because, like, in that era, those were just cartoons, you know? I would even say Yu-Gi-Oh! Counts more than that. Yu Yu Hakusho! Hell yeah! I met someone like that at Amkey. I was like, why? AOT is not kid-friendly. Teen for sure, though. They eat that up. Yeah, well, like... Oh, made some, no wonder you have such a soft spot for it. I had such a struggle with Minnie when they were getting older because they were like, can I watch Attack on Titan? And I was like, no. And they were like, can I watch Rick and Morty? And I'm like, no. And they were like, can I watch Demon Slayer? And I'm like, maybe when you're older, a little bit at least. I mean, tween at least. I think we first let them watch Demon Slayer when they were like 9. Maybe 10. But I think it was kind of coming out around then too, so it wasn't that hard. And then like Tokyo Ghoul, stuff like that. And they were like, well, why can't I watch it? My friends watch it. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what your friends watch. That shit makes me cringe, and I am a whole-ass adult. You do not need that in your brain when you're going to sleep at night. Some of my cousins and coworkers are raised on adult animation like Family Guy and Simpsons. Yeah, I know. It's sad. In my opinion, I don't care for that. Rurouni Kenshin. Yes. Ah, yes. Japanimation. Like I learned about the Poppy War from that anime as a goodbye message. Phoenix! Almost the stream, baby. No, not a bad time. We're talking about how there's certain anime that young children should not watch and parents do not know better. Poppy War from the anime as a child, but my parents, nah, sure, it's a cartoon, right? First anime manga was Sailor Moon. Started reading it when I was in high school. Aww. How old was Minnie when what? My first animes aside from mainstream Pokemon was Sailor Moon, Cardcaptor Sakura, Mew Mew, Magical Doremi, basically whatever's on 4Kids TV. I didn't even have that, so. Sakura! Yeah. Baby's first animes. Watched whatever, really. I would ask my parents, and they would say, you're smart enough to understand it, so I don't know. That's a horribly irresponsible thing to say. Not true at all. Not true at all. I have a friend's... My friend's kid was watching Riverdale, Stranger Things, and Leprechaun before the age of 10. Okay? Kids are not smart enough to know better. In fact, that's kind of why they have parents, so they don't die. Chobits was probably not a good one for kids. No, definitely not. I don't let kid watch Chobits. And they're a teenager. No. The cursed kids word. I used to use that phrase a lot of my mom, but she wouldn't allow me to watch SpongeBob. Yeah, see, my parents also were like, wouldn't let me watch SpongeBob or Simpsons or anything that they thought was just like really stupid brain rot, which I thought was a little silly, and I still think it's a little silly. I don't feel like those should have really been something that was sort of like banned. Maybe Simpsons, but I feel like Simpsons in comparison to like Family Guy, not even comparable. I was just grabbed random shit from Netflix when it was on DVD, and I found Girls Bravo, which is pretty much a perfect 14-year-old boy anime. Yeah! Parents didn't let me watch adult stuff. I can't keep up. Made one cut, guys. Adult stuff until I was in high school. Still don't like most adult stuff. Reminds me of the mother who wondered if Court of Thrones and Roses was a good series book for her teenage daughter. No! Thorns and Roses, yes. I watched Attack on Titan when I was 12, I think. Not long after it came out. Mostly watched cartoons. So, God, you're small! When I was 13 to 15, it was some ecchi anime and romance with some action animes. My parents, violent anime? Okay. Ed, Edd and Eddy? Hell no! Lol. Adult comedy movies are kid. Mom tried to keep things away from me because she had to work a lot. Dad was in charge. It was a free-for-all. Yeah. Currently reading it. It's definitely an 18+ series. Awareness has changed with technology. There's a little girl in the manga section. She picked up a BL novel that had some graphic depictions and violence, and she was like, oh, what's this about? Because it has a cute name, and I had to speak up and be like, that's not for kids. It also felt so awkward because super not a kid's book. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I found Yakuza Lover unwrapped at half-price books in the manga section, and I just like took it to the front, and they're like, is this all for you? I'm like, yeah, except for this one. This one you just need to like put on a really high shelf or wrap in plastic. They're like, oh, is it really that graphic? I'm like, really? It is. Like, bro, borderline hentai. Please do not leave this out where anybody can open it and read it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to deal with little boys pitching a tent in the corner of the room. Dude, I unlocked a memory. What? What did you unlock? Good for you for saying something. Agreed. I wasn't the one to ask, but I leaned in and said, I think it's 21+. Best read that with a glass of wine. That's like the most polite way you could have said that. That is the sweetest way to present that information. Good on you, bro. Like, seriously, I feel like awareness, stuff like that really needs to happen. Like, I'm half tempted to tell some of these parents stuff about, like, the anime their kids are watching, but part of me is like, they have to know a little bit. Like, they can't just not be in the room every single time their kid's like, I'm gonna go watch Attack on Titan. They clearly just seem to think that, like, cartoon violence makes it fine. It's not real. Although, like, I know this is a really old study, but they did do a study about kids who were exposed to violent videos and how it affected their reactions, and those kids were more violent and chose violence as an answer. There was actually a whole thing that we had to go through with kid from watching My Hero Academia, okay? Because in My Hero, there's anti-heroes, right? Let's see, Dick Fight Island goes on the bottom shelf. So laughing that Solus told his kid's mom what to buy me for my birthday, and she wholeheartedly bought it with no worries. It's BL smut. Hell yeah. Dick Fight Island is so wild. I haven't read it, but it looks pretty. That's a real thing. Oh my god. Oh, we're all gonna read it together. We're gonna have a reading stream on Discord. My uncle would leave Cartoon Network on for my cousin. Stop removing my pins, Pinterest. Don't be a prude. When she was a baby and she liked watching cartoons and didn't matter what. His mind has changed a bit, or it was his wife. Literally, I was at lunch with a family friend. Mom, age 10, chose an audiobook for school. Literally listened to NSFW the whole lunch date and didn't know what to... That's fantastic. I'm sure I can find it on my ship. Berserk is kid-friendly, right? Asking for a friend. No, the lowest shelf. The bottom shelf. Yeah, we put all the manga for the bottoms. Okay, so My Hero has like anti-heroes, right? And Kid, for the longest time, was like convinced that like if there was bullies at school, or if they had a problem with somebody, even a teacher, even a person of authority, that like they had to fight for justice. And they had to fight for what they believed in and what was right. To the point where at one point, the last story I'm going to tell that actually has them in it. Because again, out of just privacy respect. But at one point they climbed on a desk when there was, I believe it was a substitute, and declared that students deserved equal rights. Or sorry, children deserved equal rights to adults. And that this injustice was not going to be stood for. And that they would not get down until children got equal rights. These were fun conversations. Fullmetal Alchemist is kid-friendly, right? The finest of ships. No, you look cute! Stop! No, you guys look cute! Ew. It's about a pair of teen or preteen boys. Should probably call mom for the news. Sounds like Minnie, yeah. It wasn't awesome. It was awkward as fuck and really difficult, and I could not seem to explain to them that kids just don't get to have equal rights, and that's just not the way of the world because their brains aren't fully developed. And the only response, well, that's just not fair. Well, that's just not fair. That's not okay. We love you, Star. Boy, they're gonna be one of those activists. Officer, I drop-kicked that child in self-defense, pretty much. Because they were very convinced that, like, you know, like they still like villains, and it worries me so much for their future relationships. Because all the characters they like, they're like, I like the characters where it's like, I could fix them. I'm like, oh god! Ah, I'm in so much trouble. Shit. But they also always liked the villains. Like, they liked the villains the best in My Hero. And Bakugo, who's basically a villain. A villain, but not really. So, yeah. Really difficult to explain to your child that, like, they can't just be a hero by doing things that they feel like are heroic just because they feel like they're heroic. And then it's actually going to make their lives way more difficult. That's just not fair. I'm sorry. Have you been to our country lately? That's kind of our theme. I would be oddly proud and upset because I was the silent type of kid. Yeah, they've never been afraid to speak their mind. I will say that, like, the one thing that my kid seems to really have going for them, unless they're just really good at masking, which I still worry about, is that they are not afraid to, like, speak their mind and speak up for themselves and, like, try to stand up for the right thing and defend others. Like, that's something that's really, really, really cool about them, and I am really proud of them for that. And as they've gotten older, they've been a lot better, like, at differentiating what situations are appropriate to do certain things, but if I get a child, they want the same rights and perks as I as an adult have, they'll have to accept the responsibilities too. So, great. You're paying 40% of the rent and your own food. Yeah, except that we can't physically send our children off to work to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, they have no income. I thought about that too. It ended up boiling down to me explaining that, okay, if you are going to demand that you have all the same rights, then you are going to have to do all the same chores that we do by yourself without help, except for maybe every once in a while. So you're going to have to do our laundry, our dishes, clean the whole house, vacuum every week. And they were like, no, that's not fair. I'm like, this is why we get to make the choices. Relatable to crush on villains. Well, you turned out fine. That gives me so much hope. He was doing a selfish act rather than a selfless one. Heroes don't see the end of their story. Yeah. Also, since a justice type person, but now that I'm an adult, I can rationalize the time and place. Yeah. I know one thing Atomic doesn't know. What's that? Also, thank you for saying I look cute even when I'm like super red. I didn't even do the foundation today. I skipped it because I had no idea if the internet was gonna behave, and I was like, oh no. And also, like, I knew I was gonna be running around doing stuff all day today, so I was like, I don't know how much makeup I want to do, and my hair wasn't behaving, so I didn't want to do my hair. Shower and wash it all off later, but thank you for saying I look cute, even though I'm just kind of like in comfy, super comfy casual mode today. Ooh, I turned out fine. You turned out real fine, girl. Girl, you fine. I'll probably ask them very adult questions like their federal income budget for groceries, rent, how to minimize utility costs. No matter what you say, who you want to point on, you're a cutie. But I don't know. Mandy says not to trust me. Mandy probably doesn't think the same way. Equal rights, equal problems. See, here's the thing. There comes an age where you can start rationalizing with your child. They weren't there yet. You can't just sit and have rational conversations. Because you're not talking to someone who's thinking rationally. Their brain is still developing, okay? It's like trying to explain to the 4-year-old how rainbows are made. It's much easier to say that fairies farted. Like, not necessarily saying lie to your children, but like, I did try to make a lot of rational arguments like, well, we go to work, we pay the bills, we do the majority of the chores, we have to drive. And then, you know, the response arguments were like, well, I can't drive, and I can't go to work, and I go to school, and that's hard work too. Losse, thank you so much for the raid, cutie. How are you? Skilltrocity, what's up? What's up? Welcome, raiders. If it's your first time here, hello, my name's Atomic. I'm an anime artist who specializes in drawing chibis. Today, we are doing our first ever, like, convention prep stream. So we have been printing, laminating, designing, printing more, adding to our to-do list, 3 items for every single thing we checked off, panicking a little, and only breaking a few things. How are you? How was your stream? Oh, and we're on a partner push right now. So if you're able to leave us up on alert, drop us a follow, anything in between, we really do appreciate it, and it helps us get closer to our goal of getting that cute little check mark. And I would love to be able to stream more in order to do that. We need all the things. The only time I would be concerned is if they were trying to fix Frollo from Hunchback. What? Oh my gosh, my knees. I'm too old for this. Floor shit. Oh, you're doing some art today? What were you working on? Plexus? Yeah. Literally, Allie, for every single thing I have checked off today, I've added at least 3 more. Okay, I think I'm gonna work on the stars solo. Your net died, that's okay. No worries. I'm gonna guess they had D&D. Message them real quick. How was your stream? Speaking of adult shit to do, gotta get the laundry from the washer. Shit, I was supposed to start my laundry this morning. But later. You sketched some bunnies. That's not the number I need to talk to. That sounds cute. I want to do a redraw on older drawing edits years ago. Ooh, do you want to share? Let us know. We'll get you a permit. Thank you for seeing my Atomic. Our guest is here. I have to go now. Have a beautiful day. You have a beautiful day. I hope your guest and you have the best time. Whew. What was I just about to do? Okay. Oh, I want to show you guys those charms that I got out, like at the very beginning of stream and never actually showed you from talking about like investment and merch and stuff. Should I send you the redraw? Whatever you would like to send. For that elbow snap? Yeah. Yeah, I crack my elbows and my knuckles regularly and sometimes my wrists. I'm a crackly little babe. I'm a little Rice Krispie. Yeah, I'm gonna guess they probably went to D&D. My husband calls it punching the air. He'll go, yeah, you punch that air, because I'll be like, pop, pop, and my elbows will pop. He's rude. Not really. Oh my god, I still have so much to do. I have 36 hours-ish. Maybe a little more. Gotta finish that print tonight. But the print is coming along. I'm on rendering, so I'll be alright. I crack my bones a lot too. Woohoo! Ooh. Whew. That's the second time! Okay! Okay. Honey. I need to do a list after accomplishments. I feel like that will never change the rest. Yeah, like literally it's like, I checked off a couple things. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to print the large prints of the new ones. Oh, okay, gotta add that. Oh, right, and I need to make new name labels for that. Gotta add that. Oh, but I did this. Oh, I also need to update the inventory. I gotta add. I cry. Nope, that's the screen I'm on. Also, we're about halfway to our sub goal, so if we hit that sub goal, we'll do a giveaway. Oh. Remember that bagel I made like 2 hours ago? So cute! Look at the little guy! Look at the little guy! Like a baby! Aww. You're redrawing it? For Easter? Oh my god, Easter. Oh no! I forgot all about that. I had a little atomic doodle I wanted to redo for Easter. Maybe I'll put it on my iPad and maybe work on it while we're out of town. Shit. Whoops. At least the sketch is already done. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, here, I'll show you guys the sketch really quick. I love the bunny. Thank you for reminding me. See? I sketched this last year. New merch. Ooh, the Discord. Allie, did I send you my screwed up merch? Guys, I got some messed up lanyards. They're gonna fix them for free, but I'm not gonna have them for the spring launch, and it makes me sad. Are those mouse pads? Ooh, wow. Oh, I love the Uncle Iroh one. That's what that is, right? No. Yeah, that's gotta be what that is. Mouse pads! No, I'll show you later. Mochi Bunny, thank you so much for the follow. Totally forgot about Easter with, you know, the whole convention happening the same weekend. This convention always happens on Easter weekend. And someone's like, well, that seems stupid. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, it's incredibly smart. People are already not going to be doing anything. Not that many people actually celebrate Easter. It's not like a big holiday. If it was on Christmas weekend, maybe a little silly. But even then, there are cons that do that too. I think like Holiday Matsuri is like right around Christmas time. Anyway. Thank you so much for sharing. If you, let's say if you need to go take care of any of your post-stream care, be a person, pee, you know, the works, then please do that. And thank you so much for the raid and the support in the partner push. And I know the Discord drop was already in there, but if you guys are not part of my Discord, you should join. And if you'd like to find my other work, here's my link to everything. I'm all over the place. So, but I primarily post on Threads, Instagram, Twitter. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's my big ones. YouTube, I've been posting a lot more shorts and stuff on TikTok and YouTube, but Easter is the corner of my brain, filed away in the back cabinet of my mind. Same, bro, same. Okay, so they did go to D&D. Okay. Kiddo is bad. I'm going to show you guys this thing, and then I think we're going to wrap up and take all of Lisey's awesome raiders to somebody else to give them love. So when I was talking about merch earlier and not wanting to like invest in too much or into like charms and stuff initially, I don't want to lean, but I don't want to get my chair, but I don't want to be on my knees. Why is everything hard? So this was one of my first designs ever. I'd say maybe like the fourth ever, and there was like a deal. So I was like, I'm gonna get a lot to like kind of maximize on the deal or whatever. It's my love potion charm, right? It's cute, don't get me wrong. You can't see it very well, so let me get in here a little bit. I think this one was from, I don't know, maybe Zap Creatives? I really don't remember where I ordered this anymore. Feels like Zap Creative. I just got the charms. I don't use Zap Creative anymore, guys. I don't recommend them at all. I've had bad experiences. Boo. But that was like a long time ago too, so who knows? But it's cute. It's a single-sided charm, so this is just all white. All white. I just got the charms, and then I did all of the O-rings myself. And I ordered attachments of little hearts because they didn't offer that at the time. So I was like, well, I'll just do it myself because I really want little heart keychains, right? So I ordered a bunch of them. That was years ago. I think I got 50 at the time. I still have this many left. They'll probably end up in surprise bags. Bulgris, I mean, Bulgris I would say 50-50 on. I've had a better experience with them than I have with Zap Creative, so. Still so cute though, thank you. But I mean, they're older, they're single-sided, so like I don't want to price them as high as my double-sided acrylic charms. It's a lot of work. The little O-ring isn't as secure as the ones that they use in the manufacturing, so sometimes these fall off. But I invested in them and it was really early. And I'm not saying that like, don't ever invest, because it is good to inevitably invest. But I would just start small, kind of like build your inventory slowly but surely. It's better to have a bigger variety of really small amounts of stuff to see what appeals to your audience, because there's a really good chance that your art is going to grow so much that you may not even like those things anymore, or maybe they just don't sell at all. You're not going to really know till you get out there and start tabling. So that's just kind of my recommendation. Yeah, Allie, I've kind of watched Allie from the beginning, and like, actually quite a few people I've watched from the beginning, and you slowly build your inventory a little bit more each time. You figure out what works, what doesn't. But don't go balls to the wall. Don't go thinking that you need to come with like enamel pins and acrylic charms and lanyards and stuff right out the gate, okay? The people who have that stuff have been doing this probably for a while, and have been slowly building their inventory over time as well, and will probably tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. I hear it a lot from a lot of different people, so that would be my biggest, like, heeding of advice. Also, bigger is not always better. Okay? My stickers are all 3 inches at max size. My charms, my enamel pins are all 2.5 inches at max size. There's still gonna be a variance. The more circular they are, the bigger they feel, even if they're still only 2.5 inches. 2 to 2.5 inches for acrylic charms, 1.5 to 2 inches for buttons, 3 to 5 inches for stickers, depending on what you're going for and what you want to price them at. If you go to 5, price your stickers at $10 a piece. So, yeah. Those are some of my big takeaways from my big experiences is do not invest in a bunch of shit. Don't feel like you have to invest in a bunch of stuff or have 20 of every single item. Again, it's better to sell out than to be stuck with a bunch of inventory that isn't moving and taking up space. Not just in your home, but on your table. Yeah, you never know what your bestseller will be. And every con's a little bit different, so... And every year is a little bit different. That's like the weirdest best advice I think I've ever gotten. Like every event is different, every year is different. So like one year my Genshin stuff literally was, given that was like the year it made a big boom, but like my Genshin stuff was like so popular, I had to like restock right after. Like I was having a hard time keeping certain characters in stock. And now I'm lucky if I sell 1 or 2 of my Genshin keychains. So you never know what's going to work until you get there. Okay, so let's go. Preach, I started with 20 each and I had some dead stock. You never know what people will like. Absolutely. 5 to 10 max. 5 to 10 is, I think, the sweet spot number for anything starting out. Okay, they're doing a community day. You can go see Jasmine. I was seeing if any of my moots, or friends or whatever, people that I watch were doing anything with conventions, but not seeing any. It's okay. Philippines. Ooh, exciting. So many people are on. Holy. I'm losing feeling in my legs. Hi, Moti. Hit or misses depending on the time I feel. One day it's hot, the next is something else. It's always the things you don't expect that also do numbers. That's very true. It does tend to be the things that you're not really expecting. Oh my gosh. Please stop doing this. I don't know why it does this to me. Okay, we're gonna go see my buddy Jasminator. She does incredible artwork. So good, so good. Please copy those raid commands. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna raid so good. I'd love to also copy my own raid command. For reals. We're gonna be this complicated today. Thank you, mouse. Yeah, so like I said, we're not going to be live for a while after this. I'm going to be gone for a convention. I'm not sure what my total plan is for the week in between. Oh my gosh. I'm trying so hard to find a good place to be so you guys can see me. So a lot of offline. I'll probably be doing DGen night next Monday. I don't know if I'm going to do... I know I'll do a Tuesday stream. I don't know what we'll be doing. Not sure if I'm going to do a Friday or a Sunday stream since my event is only on Saturday. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I will see you guys all next week to catch you up on everything. Like I said, please join the Discord if you're not part of it. Please follow me on all my socials. I had so much fun. We'll definitely do more of these, and join my Ko-fi because that brings me lots of joy and it helps me keep doing what I do. And my Ko-fi Chibi Force is the bestest ever. So, goodbye everyone!